Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution, and we got a World War III alert. But first, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button, like, share, subscribe. Let everybody know. Core Figure Live. The World War III alert is that U.S. military base has been attacked in the great state of Texas. This should be all over the news. They trying to hide it. They don't want to let y'all know this. But I looked at this yesterday and I said, we got to start with this because we can't overlook this because this is a very good piece of the puzzle. And there's probably going to be more of this to come. Who is attacking our military bases? And why isn't this on the mainstream media?
Our top story tonight, San Antonio police say shots were fired at the main gate of Joint Base San Antonio-Lackland in two separate incidents early this morning.
Officials with Joint Base San Antonio say the second time their security forces fired back.
Somebody, unity in the community. Salute to my homie Tim Snow. We need unity in the community. Now, what they telling us is that somebody came, opened fire at the military base, left, then came back and started shooting again. Revolutionary salute, Queen.
Back. KENS 5 reporter Mike Jimenez explains.
Someone shot at the gate of Joint Base San Antonio-Lackland, not once but twice, causing military guards to shoot back. Investigators don't know if it was the same shooter. They're now trying to figure that out.
How? What you mean you don't know? You don't know who attacked our military base? Why is this on the mainstream media? Who? Because they've been letting everybody across their border. They don't know who all been across the border. We do know that terrorists have been coming across the border. We do know that Chinese military age officials been coming across their border. We know this.
San Antonio police tell us the first shooting happened just after 2 a.m. Officers say someone shot at Air Force security officials working at the main gate of the JBSA Chapman Training Annex. That's at Ray Ellison Boulevard and Medina Base Road on the southwest side. Authorities say security heard several shots fly past them. Police say more armed guards were added at the gate as a precaution. Then, 2 hours later, a JBSA official says more shots were fired at the gate at 4:30 a.m. from a car driving by. This time, though, JBSA security fired back.
Y'all fired back? Y'all didn't chase them? Y'all didn't chase the suspects, but y'all do hear this. Who attacked our military base, engaged look, home of the Air Force Special Warfare Training. Special Warfare Training, they are attacking a main training military base. Where did those people go to? And why isn't this all over the news?
That prompted a response from our security forces, but there was no threat to the installation beyond that.
JBSA officials tell us no one was injured in either shootings, but the base did close the entrance to the gate for several hours.
That's a lie.
JBSA
there was no threat, no more. You're being shot at. You didn't arrest or apprehend the suspect. What do you mean there's no more threat to the base? Are you kidding me? Lies.
Officials also say the shooters do not have any connection to the military.
How do you know that if you didn't arrest them? How do you know who the shooters are? It could have been military people. How do we know? It could be a false flag shooting, but you don't know. All you know is the base was attacked. The base was attacked. The world ain't big enough. Salute, family. The base was attacked. You don't know who attacked your base, and they're trying to keep this off mainstream media. We're not going to let this happen.
San Antonio police say they did find evidence of a shooting where the car was located. Now, two things are happening. San Antonio police are investigating this as an aggravated assault, and JBSA is investigating the shooting where security forces fired back.
Now, if the military base is attacked, one of our main military bases, what you mean aggravated assault? What? We all done been charged with that. That's an act of terrorism. Aggravated assault. That's what they charge Pookie and Ray Ray if they go shoot the club up or something. What the hell is wrong with these people? Our base was attacked. See, we're not gonna let these people get away with this. And the reason I can't believe the Republicans is not talking about this. They all in on this shit together. This is about their border being wide open. They have no idea who is attacking our military.
Live from KSAT 12. Good Morning San Antonio starts right now.
Good morning. It's 8 a.m. on this August 17th. Before we get to weather, we have some breaking news that we want to get to you. So we're learning that there was a shooting at Joint Base San Antonio's Lackland Chapman Training Main Annex Gate. Officials are telling us this happened around 4:30 this morning, and that JBSA security officials returned fire against multiple shooters. So right now, the Chapman Training Annex Gate is closed pending an investigation.
Multiple shooters. Oh my goodness. You mean an assault team? An assault team attacked one of our main military bases, and they don't have this all multiple shooters. Come on now, y'all.
So at this time, we don't know if anyone was hurt in the shooting or what led up to it in the first place. We don't know if the suspects have been apprehended or who they are. Our Devin Karp is headed out to Lackland right now, and he'll have more information for us later on in the morning.
In the morning? What you mean in the morning? This is all, we're going to be all points bulletin. It's supposed to be all over every news station, but it's not. It's buried deep, deep, deep in the news. But I done dug it up. Hold on, y'all. We're not gonna let them attack our military bases. They could be setting us up, you know. That's one. Then another one happened, and they tell us it was Russia or China, lock us down, you know, take our rights away from us. But we do need to know who attacked that military base.
Antonio police are still looking for the people behind 2 rounds of shootings outside the base. And this morning they say they are investigating them as aggravated assaults.
They say someone first shot at one of the gates around 2 o'clock in the morning. A couple hours later, a car pulled up to the same gate and shot at airport security again. This time, airport security
like gang violence or something. Man, it's disgusting, man. These people crazy. I bet you now, if it was actually me or you go shoot at the military base, I can guarantee you your ass don't get charged with no aggravated assault. Aggravated assault? What the hell is going on here?
That prompted a response from our security forces, but there was no threat to the installation beyond that.
That's a lie.
Now, no one was injured in either shooting. The base closed the gate, though, for hours. JBSA officials also say the shooters do not have any connection to the military base. Base officials will do their own internal investigation.
How the hell do you know who they got? How do you know who they got connection to if you ain't arrested them and you didn't kill them? You know, to just come out and say there's no threat. You know there's no more threat. People, and then they shooting at y'all. So the public, we definitely in danger. If they're gonna go shoot at our military base, come on now. Shit, they definitely don't mind coming through these neighborhoods. This is ridiculous. If they're gonna attack the military.
What's going on, guys? W7 back at you. And we've got another event that has popped off, this time at Joint Base San Antonio, Lackland in Texas. And over the weekend, apparently about 4 o'clock in the morning, we had several individuals roll up on the base and open fire on the base. We had the guards at the base working the gate there, return fire. But this is brazen, and this is as brazen as it gets. When you've got individuals rolling up, shooting at our bases, opening fire, rolling off, and they haven't caught them. They don't know who they are. They don't know how many. They don't know a motive. They seem to not know anything, which just seems ridiculous to me. Seeming there's cameras around at lights, at corners, all over the place. And they seem to be they're playing stupid route, like they don't know who it was or anything like that. It's very suspicious to me with all these invaders here in this country at this point by the millions. This is the type of stuff that we've got to be watching for. They've already stalked our generals at their houses. One of them had to shoot and kill one of these individuals on their property. Now they're rolling up on bases. They're opening fire and just getting away. So the folks know we are entering a whole nother zone, a whole nother level right now. I expect this to continue. I expect attacks like this to continue and hit a whole new level, to be honest with you. We're in this crazy window all the way up to and through the election. Man, head on a swivel, y'all. Join me on the live streams Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 9 p.m. Eastern.
Very, very dangerous time. They don't want to put this on the major news station because a lot of people are going to be pissed off. What you mean? Who is attacking the military? Well, terrorist activity, man.
In addition to the tens of billions of dollars in weapons, the Taliban took control of the prisons in Afghanistan. They flung open the doors and let members of the world's worst terrorist organizations run wild. Mr. Biden's Afghanistan crisis coincided with the border crisis starting on our southern border. We still have no idea how many members of ISIS, the Taliban, Hezbollah, Hamas, or other organizations have come to America and are waiting. This week, the Border Patrol arrested one Palestinian who served jail time in Israel for making bombs. His name is Omar Shahida. And they put out a warning to look for another
My point is this. Now, who knows what the hell that man was doing, fighting Israelis or whatever. He got caught over. He came over here illegally. He's a bomb maker. What was he planning on doing? Oh, I guess he just wanted a better life, right? Come on, man. These people have a problem with the U.S. government and U.S. military. If you some collateral damage, so be it. If you blown up while they're trying to attack the government, so be it. Just discuss it. This is their open border. This is what happens when you have an open border. Not only do the military get attacked, they don't know who's doing it, but bomb makers are arrested in America.
Palestinian named Issa Derafat, who is trying to make it across. He also has a terrorist background. Ali Bradley is in Del Rio, Texas, as the search continues. Hi, Ali.
Yeah, hey, Leland. Obviously, we're talking about two very concerning individuals here. The first one that you mentioned, they're apprehended by Border Patrol after he was on that terrorist screening database for, like you said, making bombs, explosives, or use of firearms. So here's what we know here. Omar Shahida, he crossed the southern border illegally in the Santa Teresa area. This is New Mexico in the El Paso sector, and he was arrested on Monday. Now, he was convicted in Israel for, quote, producing a weapon and explosives material or ammunition. He was sentenced to 20 months in prison. Now, it is arrests like that that is prompting DHS to sound the alarm and to put out other alerts that more could be coming. The agency kicking out this alert here, this bolo that we have, to agents and officers to be on the lookout for Issa Musa Darafat. Sources confirm that he is from the West Bank. He is on a terrorist screening database, and he has been refused entry to the United States multiple times. The feds have been watching this guy for at least 2 months. They've been watching him since the beginning of July. The alert agents say if they encounter him, they are supposed to take everything from him, Leland. They're supposed to take the trash out of his pockets. That's how dangerous they think this man is. Now, they are also directed to contact the Tactical Terrorist Response Team if they do encounter him. Right now, they're keeping a close eye on the Santa Teresa area. Again, that is New Mexico. That is the end of the El Paso sector. But what's interesting here, and that is also where Shahada was also apprehended. What's interesting here, though, I've talked to agents in the Del Rio sector, which is nearby. We're only about 4 hours from El Paso as a crow flies. And I've talked to sheriffs down here. And Leland, none of them were alerted. And they're kind of frustrated because they feel like if this is such a big deal, it's such a big issue, and they're dealing with gotaways down here, maybe they should know that that individual might cross into their sector, might be in their county in a vehicle being smuggled through. So there's a little bit of frustration down here on the front lines, Leland.
Unbelievable and confounding why you had to find out about this through sources and why it's not being publicly broadcast. 20 or 30 seconds, Ali, any idea how these people got from getting out of prison in Israel, conceivably released into the West Bank, to our border?
Well, the guy that they're looking for right now, as in Darafat, he doesn't have a criminal history that we could find other than being convicted for throwing rocks back in the early 2000s in Israel. So he has tried to get into the United States, but we've refused his entry. So he has, like I said, tried, but they're not allowing it. So that's why they believe he's going to come in undetected, that he's going to try to evade. And that is the issue, Leland.
Stay on it. Ali Bradley, thank you very much.
We on it. We paying attention. Because it's going to be a lot of this if we allow Kamala, whatever the hell her name is, and Tampon Tim to get it to stay in power. We can't allow that, you know. So let's get into. We do know that the Boule are very upset about what we doing. They sending threats, you know. They really want us to get out of line so they can shut our channels down and file charges on us. But I don't know if y'all know that Roland Martin, Big Boule himself, Big Boss Boule, he was confronted by a revolutionary. Y'all need to witness this.
Y'all can do better than that. Mike, the money!
150,000 people are dead! You are funding a genocide! The Harris-Grant administration keeps funding money to Israel!
Yesterday, you tweeted about people. You tweeted and called me dumb yesterday, right? First of all, you called me dumb. Say what you got to say right now. Say what you got to say.
Oh, Big Boule. Oh, Big Boule, you nervous now. Now you.
Say what you got to say right now. Say what you got.
Look at his eye. Whoa. Yeah, and you on camera. Brother, see all them tweets, all them reckless tweets that we getting from D.L. Hughley, Plies, Steve Harvey, the shoe shiners, the shoe shine Olympic squads. That's all over the news. Buffing, shining, waxing the Democrats' shoes and white American shoes. I told them they was gonna get delivered some pieces. That boy came down to deliver them a pizza. He said, "Court sent me, man. You been talking tough on them tweets, calling us dumb, calling us uninformed, and being very, Boule-ish." And this what's happening, man. People, we outside, man, and we're gonna start, confronting the Boule about their tone. You see, that's what happened to Roland Martin. This man said, "I'm tired of you disrespecting me in your tweets." You know how they remember when Charles Barkley said he just gonna punch anybody he see with a Trump shirt on in the face, nigga. I like, boy, are you crazy? If we confront you, you gonna call the police, and anybody that look like you gonna call the police. Me myself, I'm just extra aggressive. I couldn't imagine anybody asking me anything about what I got on or my political choices, and they aggressive. Man, please, boy, I will slap your jaw loose, man. What the hell you talking about? What that is, 15 days? I don't know. We'll find out. But this type of nonsense is what we're not going to take. And we letting them know. Y'all going way too far for them little checks y'all getting. Y'all messing with the wrong ones because real men standing up. Not your jellyfish, spineless men who carry around by your woman telling you what to do. Real men ain't going along with our children our boys being transitioned. We stand up. Our daughters, they're not going to be forced to be masculine. We're not going for that. You're not going to mammy our women. We're not going for that. They're not your belly warmers. You know how that white man used to call our elders, our black women, belly warmers. They just keep them warm. Y'all better learn history, boy.
Look at this dude. Wait till you see the
Roland. No. And Roland lucky the dude was just giving him a stiff warning because it could have been a left, right, and I ain't talking about marching.
No.
Boy, I gotta tell you guys. The fireworks have already been set off at the DNC, okay? It's going about as well as expected when it comes to the drama and potential violence that is happening at this convention. Again, I find it to be amazing how at the RNC convention, none of these things people were concerned about, okay? Violence, confrontations, fights. No, it was civilized, which is not something that we can say about the Democrat National Convention. It tells you everything you need to know about the difference between the two parties. But this story that we got to talk about here today involves Mr. Roly-Poly-Oly Martin, who got confronted by a Black Chicago activist by the name of Jamal Green, who I believe ran for mayor against
Salute to that brother, Jamal Green. Salute to you, brother. I know you're going to see this. Salute to you, brother, because you standing on revolutionary business. Now man, if I get close to one of them Boule members, I'm going to do some county time. I'm not tripping. I ain't tripping, Your Honor. You damn right. It's an honor. It will be an honor to get one of them suckers right, especially on camera. That shit live forever. They not going to be sitting back disrespecting us and think it's good and cool. And they can go to the store and go pump gas. And they can go watch a basketball game or a football game. What the hell? This is Civil War. You better mean what you saying. Real talk.
Johnson, okay, this is a very, very, very young individual who is very passionate about the issues of Chicago, specifically when it comes to Black people. And he has not been very happy with the Democrats because Democrats have epically failed when it comes to dealing with the issues of Chicago. So he has been very critical of Brandon Johnson.
If I was American and they said, hey, Chicago, New York, and these sanctuary cities is going to give you immediate resources like this, I would be on the way too. So it's not about them. It's about leadership and their priorities of us. Because we elected you. We supported you. I ain't support Brandon Johnson. Y'all know that. But some of y'all did. But the reality is that y'all supported these leaders. And these leaders are supposed to be working for you. Those folks can't vote.
That's right.
Those folks don't pay taxes. Those folks ain't have ancestors here. Those folks ain't never been to America. You elected these people.
But this is not nothing new. We just waking up out of our slumber because now it was almost over for us. We almost finished. Now we see what's going on. But like my granddaddy and them told my daddy, beat into my head, son, everything you see these people doing, that used to be us doing that. Everything. Now I can ride down the street and I'm steady seeing houses get built. My daddy said, boy, don't you know that we was doing that? Don't you know we was building everything? Like I said earlier in my video I done this morning. When they talk about, when Trump say the black jobs, well, I know about black jobs because my daddy and my papa taught me about them. We had all the jobs in our community. You didn't used to have other people owning shit in your community. Then they shipped them all in, you know? Then they start shoving, then they start putting it in. And remember, they shipped them all in. They didn't ship us to any of these people. You cannot go stay in an Asian person neighborhood. You cannot go stay in an Arab person neighborhood. You are not welcome in an all Latino neighborhood. But they shipped them all to our neighborhoods and then gave them the washateria, then gave them the gas stations, then gave them the tire shops. That used to be black jobs. Now we finally finding out they didn't stop there. They went everywhere. And we got to wake up. Or your descendants, your grandchildren, they will not be able to compete.
You pay taxes. You pay property taxes. You pay income taxes. You elected these politicians to work for you and your children. And the fact that they will leave you to starve. They will leave you to starve even if you're a veteran. They won't care if your children is running these streets because they ain't got nowhere to go. They don't care if you are out there and sleeping in cardboard. Ain't no team gonna come and ask you if you want to go come to a shelter, give you 6 months of free rent. But yet they can do that for very people who are not citizens. Should be a slap in the face to all of the folks who pour into this country each and every day. Now, that's not where Republicans stand. That's not a Make America Great Again stance. That's not a Donald Trump stance. That is a common sense American stance.
Meanwhile, at City Hall, former mayoral candidate Jamal Green just spoke about the weekend violence, introducing a $400 million plan to make the city safer. He's calling for more spending on economic development, housing, youth, and businesses to combat crime.
We are in a state of emergency in the city and have been for many years. And it is time for us to put the urgency on this public safety crisis, just as we did with COVID, just as we did, as we currently are doing with the migrant crisis.
Now, does that mean that this guy is a Republican? No, he's definitely not a Republican. He's one of these independent guys that is just pissed off with the Democrats because Democrats make these promises to black people, but they never actually do.
And that is what's going to sink the Democrats. It's the independent thinkers, who a lot of us was. We love what Trump is saying, so we ride with him on that, but we ride on policies. When Trump long gone, we still gonna be riding on policies. But I'm gonna tell y'all this, and I'm gonna have to bring that back and really do a video on to show y'all. I'm gonna show you that it's a scam. Before Trump came, let me tell you what a lot of these MAGA people is. A lot of these MAGA people, before Trump, they were called the Tea Party. And before Trump came, they were swearing to God the Tea Party was finna end democracy. You go, before it was any Trump, they was doing the same shit. So, but what Trump did was he gave them a gift that's gonna live forever. Because as long as it is a MAGA, when he gone, they just gonna blame them. They just gonna blame them. So you see, they really don't really give a damn about helping fix anything. They will never fix nothing on the Democratic side, because having people live in poverty is their hustle. That's their voters. People who hurting. That's why the migrants, they loving that, because they need them. You see, they can't do nothing without them, and that's why they try to keep blacks impoverished. That's why the Democrats will never go along on reparations. Because you definitely wouldn't have nothing to do with them. You wouldn't be low income.
Do the things they promise.
And
a lot of people just fed up, right? They're upset. They're mad. They're saying, look, we are done with the Democrats, especially Democrat shills like Roland Martin, who Jamal Green decided to confront at the DNC after getting in a back and forth with Roland Martin over Kamala Harris's policies and whether or not her policies actually are beneficial for Black people. And I believe that Roland insulted the guy, right? Roland called him stupid or dumb or something like that. And this guy was not okay with that, right? He was not okay with Roland saying that he was dumb. So he decided to pull up to Roland Martin's face at the DNC.
Yeah,
and let's just
and we should, because they first and foremost, you a man, I'm a man. What you mean dumb? You know, it's some words you don't call no other man that unless you want to, unless you willing to sock him in the face. We're gonna get back to that. Like I say, D.L. Hughley got a lot of that. They need to understand, when you be disrespecting us, a lot of us talking, we got the slave mentality. A lot of this stuff, we're gonna ask the people when we sin, what the fuck do you mean I got a slave mentality? I really want to know. Because we're not taking those damn disrespectful comments laying down. And in my mind, I'm just like, if y'all niggas think y'all gonna disrespect us and it's gonna be all good, you gotta be crazy. Because we're getting real aggressive about these policies and about how we handle. We will never have it on our record. We let the boule play with us any other type of way.
That Roland looked like he saw the boogeyman. Take a look.
Hold on 1 second. No, ain't no. I gave you enough. I gave you enough. Yesterday, you tweeted about
People need to know the real narrative and the facts. Number one, Roland Martin is the aggressor here. He came out.
Security, you hear him calling for security, but damn, what about all those tweets and stuff they talking about? They gonna be there, real black men showing up to stand up for Kamala. Remember the post I showed you, Malcolm Nance? Okay, when a real black man show, I told you they gonna call the police. You see, they talking tough in tweets, talking about, yeah, real black men stand up for Kamala. But when a real black man show up to stand against her, y'all calling the police. This is why we're not falling for them. But we got some of us who ready to go to county. We ready to go to county jail. Are you crazy? You're not getting away with this.
After me publicly. He was paid to do so.
For the ambulance.
I was on Twitter talking about how we need to be critical of these campaigns and make sure that we get policies so that when whoever become president, they don't forget about us. Roland Martin called me stupid, dumb, an idiot, and a fool on his show. I never tweeted at Roland Martin. I never talked about Roland Martin at all. He came to my Twitter page quoting my tweets to call me stupid. And then he did a show about me and he called me a fool. Now, what I did was I went to an event that he was at today and I went to ask for a conversation. My arms was folded. I was not being aggressive. And he kept pushing it off, kept trying to leave and not have a conversation with me. And you saw what happened on this video. This, guys, we cannot stand for. We cannot stand for voices to continue to be stumped on because they don't agree with you. I don't have to agree with Roland Martin to be smart. I can have my own views. I'm a grown man. And there's no reason why this man twice his age should be publicly calling me stupid, dumb, and a fool. But when I approach him in public, he has nothing to say to me. You got to do better. And we got to do better to stop supporting these guys who are disrespecting the voices who are doing the actual work.
Yeah, so I got to say, this guy has a point, right? He really has a point about people like Roland Martin who tend to defend Democrats no matter what, especially because he claims to be pro-black. And like I try to tell you guys, pro-black does not mean actually being pro-black people, right? It actually means being pro-Democrat, okay? Pro-progressive to be more specific. And it just shows up because this guy will defend anything that Kamala puts out in regards to policy. Like recently, she put out her communist plan to do price fixing, right? To have the government set prices in the grocery industry to fight inflation. Now, even CNN and the Washington Post, two very liberal outlets, came out and said, yeah, this is dumb, right? This is basically communism. You should not do this, right? This is going to be bad. But no. Roland, though, okay, because he's an expert at this stuff. This is what he claims, right? He came out and basically defended this policy.
We're going to break this thing down because it really, if you watch a bunch of all these other different people, you see them saying, well, this is too progressive. It's not moderate. It's not, she's taking this idea from Republicans, all this sort of stuff along those lines. And for me, I don't actually see how her proposal is so unbelievably crazy progressive. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. Also have people, the other day, Donald Trump was complaining about the price of eggs, things along those lines. Well, you notice they didn't bring this up. Go to my iPad, Anthony, where you had egg producers that were involved in a price fixing scandal. That actually happened. So this idea of this was from December 2023. So to complain about, oh my God, the price of eggs is up 48%, and you leave out the price fixing scandal, well, hello, and this involved Cal-Maine. What does it say here? The country's biggest egg producer.
Exactly. And, this idea that this is left or this is Republican or whatever, I think we're entering, and I don't know what you think, I think we're entering this new phase where who cares what you call it? It's reality. It's the reality that most people are experiencing in their lives on a daily basis. And
Yeah. So you see that, you heard that, okay? This is Roland being what I call a Democrat shield here, because this guy is straight up peddling the big lie from Democrats, which is that price gouging is why we have massive inflation. It's not the trillions of dollars that has been spent by the Biden administration from the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act that did not reduce inflation at all. No, it's not that, right? It's not the lockdowns that Democrats pushed either. No, it's not that. It's big corporate America, okay? The grocery stores and the suppliers, the food suppliers, they're all colluding to raise prices on Americans, okay? And they don't have any evidence to back up this claim, but they repeat this claim anyways. And here you have Roland really demonstrating what I'm talking about in regards to how they really have no evidence, because the evidence that he used, the Cal-Maine case, the egg producer, he said that, well, this story is from 2023, which would make the viewer believe that, oh, okay, this was a recent thing. Like, these egg producers have been caught colluding during the Biden administration, which is why egg prices are so high. But that's not true, right? That's actually not true. This case was actually from 2004 to 2008, in which they were allegedly colluding, and they were sued by other companies like Kraft for colluding in 2011, and the case was just settled in 2023. This is not a case of collusion or price gouging that happened during the Biden administration, but this dude is pelling it on his show as if it happened during the Biden administration, and that's why we have inflation. Again, that's how little evidence that they have, that they're picking stories of price gouging back from the early 2000s and trying to peddle it as if it is happening today, okay? And here's the thing. That price gouging case was solved by other companies suing those companies for price gouging, which is how it's supposed to work, right? And they lost, okay? That is how it works, okay? That is what disincentivizes companies from doing that. But hey, Democrats can't let facts get in the way of the narrative, okay? And again, I'm just showing you how far this guy will go to shield for the Democrat Party. We all remember the time when he humiliated himself with the Tiffany Hinier interview. I mean, this guy had the most corrupt mayor in probably American history on his show. I mean, he's right there in her face, and he gave her softball after softball after softball question, just let her lie on his show because she's a black woman and a Democrat. Okay. And everybody saw like, okay, yeah, this guy is not a journalist. He's a straight propagandist, because we know if that was a Republican mayor, especially if he was a black conservative, Roland Martin would have tried to verbally beat down that person doing an interview. Okay. He would not have let the interview go the way it did with Tiffany Hanger. And everybody saw it, right? Everybody saw it. Okay. Just like everybody saw this dude lose his mind during the black journalist event with Trump, where they were interviewing him. And Roland Martin was pissed off because he wasn't selected to be one of the journalists to interview Trump. So instead of sitting quietly and being a professional, no. This guy is engaging in unhinged behavior on the sideline the whole time, right? The whole time, trying to distract Trump, yelling and screaming.
I'm sorry. Let me say it to you.
Why were you in that seat?
Let me say
Who put you in that seat?
Let me say it to you again.
But that's not what you were talking to when you interrupted the speech. You kept saying he lied, but you were,
and I'm telling you
that's not what you're talking about.
Let me say
that's
to
not
you
what you said
again.
during the speech. I was listening to the speech, and I was listening
First of all,
to
it wasn't a speech.
Interrupt
Here's the deal.
the three
Here's the deal.
panelists and the president.
Here's the deal.
You were not one of the panelists. If you were the journalist, why weren't you up there asking questions?
We have a journalist up here every year. We've been around 49 years. So we have
You
multiple
specifically,
journalists.
why were you not on that stage?
Let me be the CEO.
I think we're done here.
Are you the CEO or
This
you
is
an
a
employee?
ridiculous
Yes, you're right. Because
conversation.
you walked over here. Are you the CEO or you an employee?
You were in my ear screaming.
No,
lies.
actually, I was
That's
in your
something you're
ear.
not even talking
You were
about.
across the barrier. First of all, I'm gonna talk to members. You're not touch me. Not touch me. Move your last one. Don't touch me. I'm done with you. I'm not. No, actually.
Yeah, so he's rubbing everybody the wrong way. This is what Jamal Green said after confronting Roland Martin. He says, "We will not tolerate these black Democrat sellout fools like Roland Martin to disrespect all the young voices who speak the truth. Roland can play that BS with the seniors who watch his show, but the young generation ain't gonna keep being disrespected. Why are you coming to my page calling me dumb and idiot? And then when I approach you, you run." This is what Roland put out this morning. He says, "I got this text this morning from a pastor who sends me daily scriptures. Quote, don't be annoyed by anyone who does wrong and don't envy them. They will soon disappear like grass without rain. Trust the Lord and live right. The land will be yours and you will be safe. Do what the Lord wants and he will give you your heart's desires." Psalms 37, 1 and 4. What did Dave Chappelle say? Realize in life that there are times when you are the star in someone else's movie. Remind yourself when you are the main character in your movie, your mission is what's most important. Okay, so this guy thinks that he's the main character, right? This is what he believes, okay? Which I guess that kind of justifies him interrupting Trump as Trump is trying to do an interview, right? This guy thinks that he is the center of attention and all eyes should be on him. Okay. He thinks he's a superstar. But hey, there were some people in the comment section that still decided to troll him, right? They said, we see the B word in you, Roland, right? This is what he says. This person says, the moment you realize when someone came to cash the check, your mouth wrote, will you learn anything from this? Judging from your past actions, I sincerely doubt it. Yeah, so you guys seen that, you heard that. The DNC is already off to an amazing start, okay? You already got drama, you already got beef, you already got people confronting each other, you already have people almost about to fight, you already have pro-Palestinians, causing chaos and destruction. Yeah, this is exactly what I thought it would be, right? This is exactly what I thought it would be, and it is off to a bang. So
DNC is inviting 200 creators, including me, to this year's function. Here's why this represents a new tide in media and why it matters to content creators everywhere. But first, hey, I'm Dylan St. Bernard, a creative activist who has led content strategy for 30 plus nonprofits. So let's jump into it. The Democratic National Convention will draw an estimated 50,000 people, and this year is a bit different as content creators are being given a front row seat to history. As impactful as content creators are, the ability to reach widespread cultural impact still relies on old guards taking digital seriously. This year, over 200 creators will be covering the convention all week long. Us creators are getting the same level of credentials as traditional journalists. And the DNC has also announced that creators will be given access to a platform where creators can capture a 360 view of the convention hall and conduct interviews with delegates and surrogates. Wins like this matter. Depending on how this goes, will determine to what extent other major events follow suit in the coming months and years. I hope this year's DNC is a model for what can be done if we take content creators seriously as a new era of storytellers.
All I heard was a bunch of hoopla, because really all that translated to was, yeah, they paying me to come, use my platform to give Kamala Harris positive reviews. They want favorable content for Kamala Harris coming out of any event that she participates in. And we know that if we were to get creators to come out there for their own merit, it wouldn't be this guy. It would be like me, your boy right here over there asking the questions that need to be asked. But yeah, man, paying creators to pop up. I was just telling somebody this the other day. I was like, Donald Trump, bro, like, when he has a rally, his only biggest problem is announcing the date and location. His problem is nowhere near centered around how many people actually gonna show up. That's probably his problem is too many people showing up. Whereas Kamala Harris, she has to pay people to show up. She has to pay people to make her look favorable. You know what I mean? It's all manufactured and fake. She isn't even slightly popular. I don't care what nobody tries to tell you. Now look, they are actually paying people to be there. We even have somebody who from the convention who admitted that, hey man, my TikTok friends only here because they are given free stuff. They're getting paid and they're giving free stuff. They don't even know anything about politics. It's a shame. Check it out.
You're outside here with your Trump gear on. You're actually handing out Trump stickers.
Trump stickers.
Talk to us about why you're out here.
I'm out here today. Some of these people, they're not really Democrats. They're just here because they're TikTokers. Some of my friends are here. They don't even know anything about politics. So, they told me they're coming out here. So I flew out here.
Where are you from?
I'm from Dallas.
You're from Dallas?
Yeah.
Talk to me about some of your friends that are out here for the DNC. Were they paid to be here? Or are they here because...
Yeah. Some of them were paid. Some of them just came. They just said they got an invite to come for free. They get free stuff like amenities or something like that. I think they got like free food. I think they got a free Uber here. Just trying to spread some, see if they take it. See if people want to go in there with, some short breaks, how they really feel. See what I'm saying?
And some of the people have taken your stickers.
Yeah, look, I only have 2 left.
How many did you have?
I had 20. I'm at a 20 pack. 2 left.
And when you hand people the stickers, what have they been saying to you?
They say they whisper like, thank you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying nothing. I'm not gonna say who. But we got it on camera. Some big names. You know what I'm saying? They walk by. They like, and they that like this, like that, and then they walk in.
Makes absolutely no sense. As the Texas one said, no one is paid to support Trump. We just love America. Like I said, his biggest problem is not being able to get enough people in, where Kamala Harris's problem is she can't get enough people, period, at all. Like everything is manufactured, fake, and cringe when it comes to Kamala Harris. And this right here is just sad. You got people out here just accepting money to fake content. I don't think that that's cool. As a content creator myself, I believe like, man, you got to have some sort of moral and integrity behind what you're doing. Now, I will admit, if Trump hit me up and was like, yo, dog, you know what I mean? You want to collect the check? Whoop. I already believe in what's going on. And as long as it line up with what I actually believe in, sure. I'll take that check. Now if you're a Democrat and you 100% favor Kamala Harris and you genuinely for and they offer you a check, hey, go get it. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to sway my message for a check. You can't pay me to change my beliefs. You know what I mean? And that's what they doing with these Democrat influencers. They're paying, these we can't even call them Democrat because, some of them are hiding their true political affiliation and some of them just don't care. They know nothing about it. They just don't care anything about it, man. Yeah, but not all attendees are supporters. I do know that. Y'all got to keep that in mind. I'm pretty sure that you have some Trump supporters that's there to kind of just, keep an open mind. You have moderates and all that, there. Just try to keep an open mind. But Kamala Harris, man, she was asked how she's going to pay for all the handouts that she's promising. After a long-winded word salad, she doesn't come up with an answer at all. And I think that she thinks that America, we just stupid, y'all, to them. That's how they feel.
You unveiled your economic policies last week. Yeah. Can you explain how you're going to pay for those? And can you give us a sense of what other policies you want to unveil going forward?
Sure. Well, I mean, you just look at it in terms of what we are talking about, for example, around children and the child tax credit and extending the EITC. It's at $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. The return on that investment in terms of what that will do and what it will pay for will be tremendous. We've seen it when we did it in the first year of our administration. We reduced child poverty by over 50%.
Right.
So that's a lot of the work. And then what we're doing in terms of the tax credits, we know that there's a great return on investment. When we increase home ownership,
that lady say she decreased child poverty by over 50%. What? Now I want you to go in your community. Did child poverty decrease by 50%? That's what Kamala said.
America, what that means in terms of increasing the tax base, not to mention property tax base, what that does to fund schools. Again, return on investment. I think it's a mistake for any person who talks about public policy to not critically evaluate how you measure the return on investment. When you are strengthening neighborhoods, strengthening communities, and in particular the economy of those communities, and investing in a broad-based economy, everybody benefits, and it pays for itself.
It pays for itself. No, it don't. It raises taxes. What are you talking about? It raises the cost of living. You know what I'm saying? It's a disaster for the. What do you?
You like this a big time.
I'm saying, I told y'all, she think that like she just talk, and we just gonna go, oh, okay, yeah, get lost in translation. But no, bro, we listening and going.
That lady say under the Biden administration they cut child poverty by 50%. That right there is outrageous lie. Like, come on, lady, please. No wonder you can't get no interview. But since they got you to say that, Trump got to make an ad out of that, lady. You say you and Biden decrease child poverty by 50%? Give me a break.
Going on. It ain't adding up. You're going to actually have to apply some critical thinking skills there, Ms. Kamala Harris. You're just going to have to. You're going to have to apply some critical thinking skills to your replies.
Man.
Because these ain't working.
In California, dragging all them homeless people off the street. That is their decrease in child poverty. Yeah. But you don't see them no more, do you? They ain't in poverty no more. Bullshit.
Somebody said one of the interns recently tried to explain ROI, which is return on investment, to her, and now it's all she talks about. It means return on investment. She says it proudly. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I did hear her say that. I don't get it. How does it pay for itself? Somebody says. So let's take one person who gets $25,000. Where is the return? They are buying a home someone else already owns, who is already paying taxes on the home. There is no increase in tax base. For what I can tell, after you pay the $25K, it's gone. There's no return. RI is zero. Bruh. Oh my. No. Now, see, the thing about Kamala, the only thing that she has to run on is race. It's the only thing that she can do. She's going to pay people to come in, to come support her, to get favorable content. She's going to give you word salad replies, and she's going to use race as her policy.
I know that's going to work.
People are using race as the basis on why they're going to vote for her, assuming that they're on the right side of history. Oh, when you vote for her, this opportunity of a lifetime, yada, 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 win.
It's going to be history.
I don't care about that. I don't care anything about race. I don't care anything about her gender. I care about having somebody there that's actually there to do the job.
What I'm saying is, you can't disappear in history. We can disappear historically if we let these people keep playing with us, watering us down. Kamala don't give a fuck because she's not from our historical lineage. She has nothing. This is so fucked up because I never really had a grasp on this like I do now. How we really we talking about the white man. Until we clean house, we'll never be able to deal with our enemy because they have strengthened the boule. And anytime you challenge them, y'all dumb, y'all ignorant, you didn't go to this school, you don't have this degree. You see the type of games the boule will play when they have only been indoctrinated to come into our community and give us talking points. And when I say these Democrats, they have only ran on civil rights, voters' rights, low income list, prison reform. Nothing else is on the table. And they've been fighting for that for 70 damn years. And it's nothing new now. Oh, now they got DACA, now LGBTQ. But when we talk, okay, what's in it for the black people? Oh, voters' rights, because the Republicans, they don't want you to be able to vote. So vote, they will make you waste your whole life. Voters' rights. Oh, and prison reform. You never been in prison, man. I don't give a damn about that. Oh, black people in that being mistreated. This is disgusting, man.
Now, somebody said, is this Obama ski? I don't know how you said it, Obama ski.
Hustle is the George Floyd bill. You want the George Floyd bill, right? Do you want to get the George Floyd bill? You want that George Floyd bill? So they're going to say that 30 years from now. Come on, now tell your great-great, you need to vote for the George Floyd bill.
Moment. The GOP strategist says it will be difficult to beat Harris if race isn't about policies.
What is the Democratic National Convention that you think Republicans fear the most?
Fear the most would be a 5-point bump coming out of this.
But how? But doing what? Like presenting what?
Well, I mean, what we've seen 28 days of energy with women. We've seen the vice president improve her numbers with Hispanic voters, black voters. She still has some room to go there. Not enough for a Democrat. I think overall, though, if you're looking at this race from the Republicans' perspective, the big question, at least for me, is can she improve the margins in the battleground states? Those 4 that made the difference, less than 100,000 votes in 2020. If those numbers continue to shift, John, then you become incredibly nervous, because what that showcases is that it's no longer about policies. This has really become a cultural phenomenon. And attempting to develop a strategy to attack that becomes difficult, because to Maria's point, that's not about white papers or, well, the economy should be here, people aren't feeling it. This is, are you excited about a moment that could change history? And that's very difficult to compete against. And I have to be honest about that.
I have never heard a lot of and exactly and an amen.
What the hell? See the lies that they're spreading about Kamala and all the people. They never. Why you didn't feel like this about it in 2020? If she was all of this, why the hell did y'all want her in office? They didn't like her, but now all of a sudden, now this is historic. This is going down in history. Yeah, as the biggest defeat for the boule and the Democratic Party. Big time. It will set the boule back. Oh, yes, they gonna learn today that they don't have no power in our communities no more. We know exactly who they are. We will confront them like Roland Martin was confronted. They can go on TV and shine shoes all they want.
Side. He's on message.
I mean, I got to be honest with our viewers, right? Like, you got to call balls and stripes here. Republicans have some work to do, and it's the reason why you see a lot of Republicans out there saying to the former president, stick to the issues of the economy, immigration, because you do have an advantage there.
Is this a moment? Do you think she has achieved what you were just talking about yet? It being a cultural moment yet?
I think so. I think, is it the Obama-esque moment? I'm not certain yet. But I would be objective to say I think it has the potential to get there. I mean, look, this is a once in a lifetime.
Not bullshit. It will never get this. You see, this dude want to stay coming on. He don't feel this way. This dude, I see this dude. This dude, Republican. He want to come on CNN. They pay good for a shoe shine like him, a Republican, but somebody that's willing to go along with Democratic talking points. It's getting there. It really could be what? Quit lying to these people. Nobody in our culture give a damn about her. In the Greek freak fraternal culture, that's not us. They sound like talented, tent, divine, small majority, still not enough.
Opportunity for a black woman to potentially become the president.
Obama-esque.
What black woman?
I found the play on that word. Bad. I mean, horrible. Anyhow, if this thing is centered on race, that's where Kamala Harris has the advantage. And I do agree that Donald Trump should stick on policy, because unfortunately you have the people who
are really pissing me off though. is this is the disrespect to real black women, knowing that America don't like them. What? They say the angry black women never want them to be leading a goddamn thing, but they know the power of the black community that they're willing to throw that in your face. It's an opportunity of a lifetime for a black woman to, oh man, come on, man. Y'all disgusting. Y'all don't give a damn about no goddamn black woman. Hell wrong with y'all. All of a sudden, we should a black woman should, man.
These hypocrites amaze me, man. I'm serious. Democrats didn't want to build a border wall, but they have no problem building a wall outside of the DNC. I'm trying to tell y'all, the hypocrisy is real. Now, we have a Chicago pastor / community leader, Corey B. Brics, and residents who are speaking out against the Democrats' destructive policies ahead of the DNC convention. Check it out.
So, Pastor, you got the DNC that is here this week. How do you feel about that?
It's kind of bittersweet. I'm glad for the city of Chicago that we get to host a major convention. The bitter part of it is that I don't agree with any of the principles. And so the policies that they use doesn't benefit our community.
What do you think is the number one issue facing Chicago right now?
Well, definitely the number one issue is the violence in Chicago, the gun violence.
The economy is a big question mark, you know. You go to the grocery store, you know, eggs, bread, just small items are large in price now.
I think for my congregation and for others, it's kind of changing a little bit because so many people don't agree with the policies. And so I think there's definitely growth in my church as far as being more independent in their thinking. And I see that throughout the community as well.
I believe that conservative principles are much better for us as a nation and for us as a people.
I don't think that Kamala will be able to go to Chicago this year and just use the usual tactics. People are done with the shenanigans. Of course, they're going to bring out Obama because that's where he's allegedly from and all this other stuff. But yeah, I don't know if these tactics are going to work, man. As you can see, the pastor even mentioned that politically, I assume his congregation is even thinking more independently, meaning they're thinking less Democrat. Anytime somebody say thinking more independently, that mean they coming off of that plantation. Low key, I don't want y'all to, get that confused. Somebody says, hearing these stories is heartbreaking. May our pain during this season give us resolve to fight for our republic. Somebody else says Illinois is literally bankrupt, robbing federal funds to.
Them black people sitting there talking about their financial situations and the violence. And then the Democrats coming in and talking, don't you want a George Floyd bill? Ain't you sick of the police brutality? Like, bro, no, they talking about the blackface Ku Klux Klan around there raping, robbing, pillaging. Y'all talking about no cash bills and shit like that. It's just ridiculous. We're going to do something for the black community. No reparations. How about no cash bills? Hell no. This is nonsense. This is madness. People pockets hurting. And here come the Democrats. But you want your voters' rights, not right? Don't you know your people? Martin Luther King died for you to vote. Okay, we're voting against you.
To function while giving people who live there nothing. Yes, my brother, I'm on the phone with him and he was talking about, just how outrageous it is out there in Chicago with inflation and violence. And yeah, it's not a good combination. Somebody said independent thinking. Quote, independent in their thinking, end quote, this is critical for anyone. Bravo. Democrats could care less about how their policies impact us, though. I will say that. Now, moving on.
Nope, they don't.
Just to reiterate, Amuse wrote, Democrats and a stunning display of irony are building an impenetrable wall around their convention in Chicago and demanding ID from everyone entering the venue. This comes from the same party that declares walls as racist and insists that requiring ID is discriminatory.
Come on, man. I keep telling y'all this. They are hypocrites. Kamala Harris been telling people VIP only. You got to have an invitation to all of these places, and you must have an ID. So you you need an ID to get into their party, their locations, but you don't need an ID to vote. Make it make sense. If anybody bring up voter ID for voting, they tell us that's racist. But to come kick it with them, you got to have an ID. Man, this is BS, man. We got to quit letting them. But the reason it's so serious because they playing with black people. They say, everybody else in the world got, Asians got IDs, even immigrants, they got IDs. It's the colors, the blacks, they don't have ID, especially the old ones. They act, man, them people need to quit that. You know, old black people after slavery, they have ID. Man, slavery been over with. Our elders got IDs. Quit that BS.
Meanwhile, all the appointments for the free vasectomies for Democrat men at the convention have already filled up.
And that was disgusting when I heard about that. So, Lou family, that this is how you know it's demonic. Free vasectomies. So you can go there and they can make sure you'll never have another child ever again in your life. What type of weirdo convention is this? Yes, come on in. Hey, and that, oh man, I ain't gonna get into that because they'll cut my life. That's disgusting, man.
What? Giving out vasectomies, bro? For free? What? I'm gonna read this next paragraph. It says, in a move that would be laughable if it weren't so hypocritical, the Democrat Party is set to erect an impenetrable wall. Wow, what a choice of words. Around their convention venue and require photo ID from everyone who attending. Yes, you read it correctly. The very party that has spent years branding walls as racist and denouncing voter ID laws as discriminatory is now embracing both when it serves their interests. Oh my God, we scrolling down to the video.
If you look behind me over my shoulder, you'll notice those fences and snowplows in place. We've actually watched all morning as they have started to bring in more metal fencing, more barricades, and these snowplows have been kind of navigating around those barricades and getting into.
Putin don't got to do this. Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un don't even got to do this. Let you know America is the worst dictatorship. I want you to think about that. When you see Kim Jong-un, he out there, he touching people, they clapping. I don't give a fuck if they is told to clap, they clapping. Ain't none of this. They can get near the leader. He hugging them. I seen him in the water the other day, flooded. Kim out there getting dirty for his people. I said, look at Kim, nigga, with the people. Serious business. This how your leaders feel about you. Peasants. No, shill us off from the peasants. And they are not being protected from MAGA. Imagine that is to protect them from their own young voters. Those people protesting them are Democratic and independent voters who are sick of genocide. The whole world is watching the worst dictatorship in the freaking world. It ain't Russia and all that. Putin don't do this. Even Xi Jinping, the leader forever of China, he don't do this. The American leaders do. They trying to keep themselves away from protesters. They tell you this place is built on protest. But they trying to keep the protesters far, far away from them. That's disgusting, bro. And that ain't democratic.
To place around the UC. Take a look at some of this video we got earlier this morning. You can see a lot of cars have been turning around already as they're met with these new closures that have been set in place overnight and early this morning.
I love democracy. Like, I wish I was going to the convention, but for the neighborhood, there's been like no communication and very little engagement of the people who are closest to it. The parking restrictions have changed 3 times in the last week on our block, and no one's like communicated to us that the protest route actually goes right in front of our building.
And that resident telling us that most of the information he's gotten actually is coming from us or other local news outlets. He says his hopes are that over the next few days, there's more direct communication from area law enforcement or even from the Secret Service. And really his concerns.
And this is how you know January the 6th was a setup too. Now you telling me you couldn't protect the people's house, but you could protect this convention center? You couldn't protect the people's house from the Jan 6, whatever, riders or whatever. They could have, Trump told Nancy Pelosi to get more protection. She denied it because she wanted what happened to happen. But look what happened when they could protect themselves when they want to have a little bougie convention to praise themselves. Then they build walls all around it to keep regular people from being able to let their voice be heard.
Mugo Adrina have been echoed by a lot of drivers and neighbors we've talked to in this area this morning. A lot of frustrated drivers, to say the least. We know security will just continue to get tighter as we approach opening day on Monday.
Oh my gosh, it is pathetic. All I see is deception, divisiveness, and as of late, a lot of demonic stuff going on. over there in this world that we living in right now. I'm gonna just say that. But come on, man. You have Kamala Harris in 2021 where she was talking about how having voter ID is actually, having an ID to vote, is a little harder to obtain in more rural communities. She was trying to say like they didn't have office maxes and all this stuff near them. Whole lot of crap. Because as soon as they say that, I go, but y'all put a liquor store in there in that community and everybody with ID pop. Y'all don't say nothing. Oh, we can't put a liquor store here because everybody doesn't. I don't ever hear y'all say that. You know what I mean? But y'all can do it.
Man, everybody got ID. You can't get toilet paper without ID. These people are liars, man.
But when it comes to this, you feel me? Like, bro, it's the double standard for me, man. Now, the leftists are already eating each other, okay? They interrupted. Oh, man, it was off to a truly joyful start. But the welcome party for delegates was just interrupted. Let's check it out.
Y'all can do better than that. Mike, the money! 150,000 people are dead!
Sleeper cell, man. Sleeper cell. They don't know who all with the revolutionaries. They let their person in there, man. People say, man, fuck this VIP pass. I come to do this. You won't be back. You'll never be back to no more. Do you hear?
With
more revolutionaries in there than gave themselves up. Free Palestine.
Somebody said, quote, strength through joy, end quote. You can't make this ass up. Young, white, angry, liberal woman bringing the joy. Luckily, in MAGA, we are united. Oh, right. What? You put, okay. So y'all can see what the comment section is feeling right here. Real Candace is a great American woman. Oh, yo, okay. What's the only thing I don't like about Twitter these days? There's a whole lot of mesh in order just to get to the actual responses to the content. Somebody said, this is just the pre-show. Wow. This is a pre-show to what we're going to be having for the next 4 years. I'm trying to tell you, look like the DNC is off to a spectacular start. Can't wait to see how many more leftists throw each other under the bus. Kamala and Tim must be proud of their chaotic circus show. Remind me again about her amazing policies. And even beyond that, the problem that I have the most with Kamala Harris is her lack of authenticity. I don't feel like she's genuine with anything that she does. Nothing that she says it feels genuine. I don't know, bro. Even their visit to Chicago, the press that they're doing, they staging it all. In one clip, they got her husband handing her Doritos. The next clip, they got Tim Walz handing her Doritos. Like, they filmed multiple takes of a Doritos purchase in Chicago, yeah.
Oh, Dougie, there they are. Yeah, thank you.
I know you want that.
Act like she eat chips. Y'all already know chips. There's something they should see. This is disgusting. They want it to seem like they normal Americans. I eat chips. Well, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever. They don't shop in no store, man. You bougie bastard.
Now, I must admit, after watching the clip,
like
that was my first time watching it. It just seemed as if they was looking for a bigger bag. Dom Lucre insisted that, I'm going to read it exactly what it wrote. They got caught staging the Doritos purchase at Sheetz in Pennsylvania. What makes it even worse is they filmed this event twice and Kamala Harris requested corn nuts in the video she released, and Tim Walz gave her Doritos instead, so they improvised. So, is the problem when you create a script, if someone doesn't follow it, you make a fool of yourself. So, yeah. But yeah, when I heard it, I thought she was they was looking for a bigger bag. But everything is fake with them. Everything is funny with them. I don't know what to believe. I don't know. When it comes to Kamala, bro, like, take everything with a grain of salt. At this point now, like, it's kind of like The Boy Who Cried Wolf. Even if she didn't cry, or how do I say? My fault. I'm losing my train of thought. Even if this time she was serious, we just don't believe her. Okay, that's just at this point, that's what she's at with me. They super fake, more fake than I thought. It says Trump actually responded to a lot of the protesters in Chicago going after the Democratic Party because it's been chaotic out there. And it says Trump responded on Truth saying the radical left protesters in Chicago are going after the Democrat Party because they know they are weak and ready to break into a full-blown party of socialism, or if they really do their job and with a little bit of luck, the Communist Party of the United States of America. They are already very close and having a Marxist trained and believing president whose father is a Marxist professor, Comrade Kamala Harris. Stranger things have happened. November 5th, 2024 will be the most important day in the history of our country. Make America great again is what he wrote right at the end of that. Yeah, but he said that the Democratic Party is on the verge of becoming an official Communist Party led by Kamala Harris, whose father is a devout Marxist at UC Berkeley. Somebody says clearly, I don't see Pelosi as Marxist. She's at the convention. Could be very revealing. I don't know what that means. Chances are very good that he is right about this too. Trump has been right about a lot. I mean, a lot.
Blue TikTok. For any of you that don't believe they're putting fences up around buildings, here's an example today.
Because the revolution. All right, so they put the fences up, right? Man, ain't none of that shit. Ain't none of that shit stop the revolutionaries, man. They not really breached that. I'm trying to tell you, man, they got the youth messed up. They people don't care. They believe they live forever. They don't believe in death. When you young, you like a superhero, man. So they absolutely don't aim at the wrong crowd because they want to let Genocidal Joe and Kamala know how they feel about them. And ain't no walls. You ain't be able to hide from these people.
We're going to send it up to Dave Savini right now. He is with one of the largest demonstrations we're seeing here. This is the coalition to march on the DNC. Dave, what's the scene?
All right, Jim and Marie, take a look at the shot. They've scaled the fences. Now, this is a part of the group that broke off. The official protest has moved away from this park and down Damon Avenue, but a faction here, I'm not sure who these people are, have broken the security gates.
None of your business. Who are you?
That were put up here. They've made it through the first line of the perimeter, and now the next gate.
First line. They got the first line, y'all. Now they all of that's coming down. You can't stop all them youngsters, man. They ready, man. They waited their whole life to be able to do something revolutionary.
Trying to break through. You see the heavy police presence on the other side of that gate.
Man,
once they're through that gate, they are close to the Unite Center. Just looking at the live pictures of people going past the barriers right now. This is all happening right now.
Yeah.
This is on Washington Street. This was
you snitching on
security
live
area.
on the news. These just Americans.
Purposely set up this way so people would not breach it, but it has been breached.
Yeah, it's been breached. Again, it's not supposed to be there.
This is a part of the rally off. I'm not sure who these are, who these people are.
They're Americans.
Don is getting some video right now at the fence. I'm not hearing anybody.
It's letting you give us a scene setter. So thank you for walking us through this. You can see it seems to me to be a mix of people that are a part of this demonstration, also some media that have cautiously walked through. I'm seeing some
ain't no media cautiously walk through, man. Hell no. If the protesters breached it, the media breached it. You see how she just trying to sit here and get them some legal help? The media the protesters cautiously walk through too. No. They all together. The media, if the protesters got to go to jail for breaching that fence and being in a illegal area, then so do the media. Nobody told the media to run their nosy ass back there, snap pictures, and do all that type of police activity. If anybody go to jail, they need to go too.
Seems like they're trying to hold people, though. There is some activity. It looks like, Dave, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Are people attempting to tear down one of those fencing panels? Is that what's happening?
Go see.
We're going to get a shot in a moment.
Go
close. Go
find out.
On the green line.
So they've torn down, what do you say, about a half, maybe 20 of them? They have torn them down. They have ripped them apart.
Oh, this man ain't gonna get no
they're
award
slowly
for
going
journalism.
through. And then there's another
This
line.
man ain't gonna get no
of
journalism award. You scared to go amongst the revolutionaries, but you want to know who they
So
are.
it was double fencing. So they made it through the first line of fencing. We have the Secret Service police out here now too.
Who gives a damn about them too? They try to set Trump up. They better be careful.
I'm
not threatening them Secret Service. I know y'all listening. I ain't got no problem with you.
Like other media has across the barriers.
I see. Right now, Dave, I think we're getting a good look from Donner, photojournalist who's out there, of law enforcement talking amongst themselves at this possible
This
second.
is the shot that I was referring to. This is from the Damon stop on the Green Line. Overhead, you can see just how many people there. It's been a very calm afternoon so far. You know, some speeches at Union Park, then the march began, and then they were heading back to Union Park near the United Center. And you can see all the folks there, and one of the security fences, the perimeter fences, has been breached.
Again, this is the Coalition to March on the DNC. It's made up of many different groups with messages, often coalescing around support for Palestine and asking for an end to the war in Gaza. There you see that sign that encapsulates what a lot of people are marching for. I believe this is Washington. And if you noticed in that wider shot, we're tight now, but it had that fencing that we were talking about that Dave said had been breached. The goal was to keep the demonstrators on this specific path that had been agreed upon.
So what?
And there you can see again some.
Hey, that's how disgusting. That's how disgusting America is. They want to. This was the protesters need to understand. That's been going on forever. They herd you into a certain area and tell you protest. Oh, it ain't no damn protest. It's spontaneous. They can go anywhere. It can't be moved. It can't be stopped. Like lava, they just flow through something. So this is BS, directing all this stuff, trying to stop the people's voice from being heard. They want Kamala and the rest of the genocidal politicians and the people who siding with them in there to hear their voice and know that the war in Gaza must stop. They're trying to have the people by a mile or a half a mile away. That's disgusting, man. That is disgusting, man. But the people ain't going for it.
Officers
CPD.
arriving.
We also want to point out, if you can see right here, I do believe that we have what has been described to us as some officers in riot gear or with riot gear. And we're trying to get a good look at what is happening at this point. But like beyond that,
protesters ready?
Right. Beyond that, you can see more of that fencing and more of this area that is supposed to be secured.
Y'all want war?
That is.
Hey, them protesters been saying it's gonna be a war at the DNC. So if this is what y'all want, it could be like, what was it, 65 or 68? I don't know, one of them years. It went down. If y'all want this, what y'all want? Them people want y'all to stop the genocide in Gaza. If y'all think y'all gonna genocide them, well, hey, it's gonna be what it's gonna be.
It's demonstrating prior to this very peacefully away from the United Center itself, and there is a wide area that keeps this group separated.
Number of police officers were on bikes. Bikes are thought to provide a little more protection, a little barrier between protesters and demonstrators.
They earn their pension tonight.
The march on down Michigan Avenue, police officers on bicycles.
Getting injured
these police officers here are just kind of standing around what appears to be someone on the ground there.
Right. We want to point out they are in their helmets. They have shields, but they also seem to be standing fairly relaxed at the moment.
Now, what they doing kneeling on that man? What they doing? Who is that they beating?
This is the only group, this one small group that we have seen of officers in any kind of gear like this. Everyone else has been much more casual. If they are bike officers,
talking about they was kneeling on something. Like, come on, dude. Those people ain't got no bite on the ground and false report.
Forgive us, this shot is moving because we are trying to give you the best vantage point of what's happening. And this one is a little bit farther away for our cameras, so they're trying to get the best view possible. What we saw from Dave Savini earlier was, again, there was a breach in the fencing that was supposed to keep this group in line and safe. And this is the first time we are seeing them.
We don't know if it's a bomb maker in there. Remember, this real talk. Remember, a Palestinian bomb maker was arrested trying to come into America. He was arrested several times in Israel. He probably worked for Mossad too. If you arrested making bombs and shit, where the hell you get out of jail in Israel? And I'm telling you, 9/11 all over again. Y'all see how they go? He was arrested for making bombs in Palestine. Israel arrested him. He went to jail. Now all of a sudden he over here. America arrested him. Why was he coming over here? And how the hell that nigga get parole? But anyway, remember they said they was looking for his buddy. He had some accomplices. This real talk. That's why we gotta be careful. These people could be in here.
Continue to move. They were paused for a little bit. It's possible that
This
breach happened
Netanyahu
during the
would
pause.
love
The
for
goal
one of
is
these
for this
people
group
to
again on
attack
Washington right now
America so
to
we can blame it on the
return to
Palestinian
Union
protesters.
Park.
That's serious
That's
business, man.
their starting line and their finish
We're gonna be
line.
looking
They
for
may
that
be moving
for the
that way
next
again right now.
week.
As you can see, the marchers are pretty orderly there. As they move back
to
Union Park.
You want some violence.
And again, we see, as you can
They
see,
didn't say they're pretty orderly. He's bad too. He don't want to be orderly. Like, oh man, they ain't got no cocktails or nothing. Damn, dude, you don't want to see peaceful protests?
yeah, maybe 8 police officers there surrounding someone or clustered in that
You hiding on the roof.
intersection
You
there.
don't want to be down there.
And again, if you're just now joining us, and there's Charlie DeMar there. Is Charlie ready for us,
Yeah, look at
producers?
Charlie bitch ass on the roof too. Get
Charlie,
down there, man. Earn your
you're on the
pay.
scene. What do you see?
Hide not. Snapping pictures of revolutionaries
I
and
got you.
shit.
We're actually on the new Damon Green Line. I want to give you a look here. The protest is going on right below us, but beyond there's a secure perimeter. There's a line of Chicago police officers, but then just even further in the distance, we've seen a number of those officers going into their cars. There's a number of vans lined up here along Damon. They've been putting on riot gear, and photographer Sam Vega, who we're with now, just saw them moments ago, loading what looked like pepper.
It's disgusting, man, in America that these people can't stand outside that convention center where the elected officials at and let them hear their noise. It was going to be so many of them, that whole arena was going to be rocking. They don't want the world to see that these people disagree with their policies. That's bullshit, bro. If Putin tried this, they call him a dictator and say he need to be sanctioned. Xi Jinping, anybody else try to keep, America would be demanding the peaceful protesters get to be right up where the people at and protest, except in America. They're trying to keep these people far away from them so they can fool the world into believing everybody is going along with their bullshit in America. Hell no. Your own party of people, these are all Democrats marching. They're not going along with it.
Bullets into pepper canisters. Those are used usually to disperse crowds in large events like this when they do.
Hiding out on the building.
So the crowd that we see here below, they
Snapping
were
pictures,
peaceful here,
coat.
but beyond what we just showed you now with those officers in riot gear, those officers there appear to be gearing up.
Everybody's scared of them officers. The hell with them. Revolutionaries come for business. They got big bomb money out there. Man, please, these people get burned. Hey, these people get burned out. And I'm gonna tell you something. Them Black Lives Matter protesters, nigga, they was getting beat up by the police. Them bitches just was getting all kind of checks. They won all kind of lawsuits all over the place. Like, God damn, I should have been in one of them rallies. Took $100,000 blow from the police. God damn.
All right, so we are following breaking news there. The protests near the United Center. Some protesters were able to get past a security fence. We will have much more on this as our news continues. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I just wanted to give y'all an update on the convention center. Just let y'all know the convention center, one of the fences has been breached. Now let's listen to they say they're reassessing their security now that the revolutionaries done tested and found a weakness. Where Antifa at, man? Boy, they need to bring the stormtroopers, man.
Incident happened, a breach of the fence line north of the United Center. Chicago police riot teams have just now cleared West Haven Park, which is on the other side of the fence line. You can see there are long lines of Chicago police here now blockading the entry to the park and also to the fences that were breached. It looked like this a couple of hours ago. Around 3:45 or so, there were protesters who broke away from the main permitted protest and managed to remove.
It's all kind of crime going on in Chicago right now. That's bullshit. Y'all need to be in the streets of Chicago. Hell, y'all doing right? A peaceful. Now this is disgusting, bro. Now I'm gonna have to do a whole live all about. Now we need to find out how many people were shot in Chicago, how many robberies, because y'all know people robbing right now and shooting and doing all kind of bullshit. Why? Because they know the police is on the other side of town at the convention. I bet you the Chicago streets is lightly policed right now because of this crap. Peaceful, they going to do this with peaceful protesters and leaving the killers to roam the city. I just thought about that shit. What the fuck? Man, them peaceful protesters. Don't you know the killers is running around Chicago? This is more disgusting than what Kamala and them goddamn dirty Democrats did. City of Chicago. That's why the city of Chicago turned on these bastards. Because look what they did. They set them up to get robbed and pillaged.
Remove large sections of iron fencing, and they got into the secure area of the United Center, even though it was a one ring of the perimeter. They did not get to the front door of the United Center or even close to it, but it certainly was a breach of security here, and one that has the police superintendent and authorities with the Secret Service and the Capitol Police very
look at the revolutionaries, nigga. Hey, dragging that fence away, nigga. Where the police at now? All them the police sat there and watched the revolutionaries drag that fence away. Revolutionary salute to my brother Anthony for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I absolutely appreciate the love. Family, salute to you. But look, the revolutionaries drag the motherfucker for that. I just was looking for Antifa. There they go. That's Antifa right there, y'all. I know Antifa when I see him.
There have now been at least 4 arrests, according to what the police superintendent is telling us. Some of those who came over the fence or through the fence.
Out there, they finna scrap that shit too. Them motherfuckers get hot too. They're Antifa. They on that Antifa on that meth. They taking the fence and scrapping it out there, goddamn.
Quickly moved in. They had not been seen in riot gear the past 24 hours, despite large numbers of protesters on the streets of Chicago. But today they had no choice but to break out their riot equipment because they weren't sure which way this was going to go. U.S. Capitol Police with gas masks, Chicago Police with face shields, and with their batons in hand. They are still here after clearing the park, trying to keep people away from the fence line. A little while ago, I talked briefly with the Chicago Police Superintendent, Larry Snelling. What's the plan to prevent this from happening again?
Well, that's something that we're going to have to assess.
I mean,
we need to assess that.
Is the fencing sufficient, or
we need to assess
what? You need to get fired. Look, y'all see? Look at this dude right here. This little blackface Ku Klux Klan member, the Boule. You the main reason a lot of violence going on in Chicago, brother. Yeah, you don't want no cash bail neither, brother. You will turn Chicago into this the lawless like the Wild Wild West. And how we know you don't give a fuck about the city, you don't give a fuck about securing the Democratic Convention. They already took a couple of your fence posts to go scrap it. Now, come on, man.
An assessment we're going to make once we clear everything.
Yeah, they're all on that meth, man.
This is known as Park 578. This is, along with Union Park, one of the 2 that protest groups had petitioned and planned to either step off from or gather in after their protest marches. This is the one this afternoon where some protest members managed to make it to the fence line, managed to remove sections of fence, and then get on the other side, the United Center side of the fencing. That's what has...
Man, they finna go scrap their fences. They finna go scrap the fence. They finna go get them some meth. They finna go get them some heroin. They finna go get them some heroin, get them some pills. They finna get their mind right. Then all hell gonna break loose.
Caused this kind of response from Chicago police. Again, the police superintendent tonight trying to regroup on this, figure out what to do about literally several miles of fencing that exists, not only in an outer ring around the United Center, but several inner rings as well.
That ain't shit. Wait till they come back with some friends. Wait till everybody find out they got their good copper. Wait till the people find out they got their good copper friends out there. They better tear that shit. They better tear that shit to pieces. Are you kidding me? They ain't playing. The people ain't playing. You got $1 million worth of copper out there, man. People finna come up out there at that Democratic Convention. All the men there will be out there. Watch. That fence finna disappear.
Blessings to you and your family. So what you're about to watch is exactly one of the main reasons why Kamala Harris, the border czar, shall not be president.
I work downtown, right?
I'm
gonna show you how many of them
for a week.
comes outside with the same amount of kids, with the same sign, asking for money. That's one set of people. You see the different kids. Now watch this. Right across the street, you're gonna see her cousin. And people really stop and give them money. You know how much they're making? It should be illegal. Nothing against. I'm gonna just keep my comments to myself. But Kamala, this is why we need a border. Okay? Because they come in here and they doing the dumb shit. I just passed 3 sets of families with the same sign. Both got 2 kids, they homeless, they need help. Look, right across the street. Hold on. Because I think y'all think I'm playing. Hold on, let me cross the street so you can see the same second set of the family. It's ridiculous. It gotta stop. Another set of kids. See? That's a whole different family. So you had her across that street, and then you got her with these set of kids across this street. It's ridiculous. It gotta stop.
We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Oh, do you really? Do you really? People outside want. She is in the Democrat. They hiding from their own voters, man. They need to go out there and talk to them people, man. The youth, they're not going nowhere, man. Them people like to skip school, all kind of shit. So them people ain't they're gonna be there. What the heck? That should say you're not going anywhere for a while. They have a Snickers bar. They ought to just camp out and just surround that motherfucker. Then have the police. They probably make the police whoop them on TV. That's gonna be a good show. It's like some civil rights Dr. King shit. Make them kick your ass so the whole world can see.
So in case you didn't know, the fight for parental right is still happening in California, especially since Governor Gavin Newsom signed Bill AB 1955, therefore stopping school districts from notifying parents if their child start identifying as a different gender at school. Well, these parents at Huntington...
This is something that the black community going to have to face, because nobody want to talk about they can transition our kids, and then if you stand up, your ass can go to jail. I mean, I would think that that would be a strong conversation for people like Boosie, who talking about people who vote for Trump got slave mentality. Nigga, please, you scared of yellow bitches too, nigga. You need to watch your mouth. Don't ever in your life tell us we scared of somebody, nigga. You got unfinished business on your plate, nigga. But if it's a good reason to go to jail or whatever, it'll be behind this. The babies. See, we the ones protecting the babies. I don't know how our Democratic families done allowed to leave our kids so vulnerable. That's disgusting. And just think about the fathers who raising kids alone, or they don't know. Imagine a man, you teach your son how to be a man, they're telling you, no, that's child abuse. You got to let him choose. So while you were at work, they feminizing your baby at school. Your boy, you finally catch on. Hey, wait, whoa. Hell no. Daddy can put you in jail. And this is a California policy, but now they want to bring it to the world. They definitely trying to put it on the whole world, but Putin is in the way. That's the absolute truth. He's banning it and fighting against it. But they want to bring this to all of America, have that American policy, not just California.
And with the support of their mayor on not having it.
Good evening. Let's be clear. AB 1955, also known as the TRAP bill, takes rights away from parents actively as it's being implemented against the Constitution. These parents have the right to dictate all aspects of their child's education and life. Let's also be clear. The far left in the LGBT community has failed. They have failed. We have our youth dying in an uproar of suicide, and they want to think that they have the right to dictate how these child's lives will go. You have failed the entire time you've had the torch. We have been listening to the Democrats and the LGBT community for decades. Now it is the parents' job to come in and save their own children. It is the parents' job to come in and dictate their lives. Chino Valley, Temecula Valley, Orange Unified, and the state of Florida all implemented policies to notify parents of what happens with their child under the delegated duty of a school district. How many transgender youth have killed themselves due to the notification of parents? None. But let's be clear. Under the care of the Democrats and the LGBT community, it has been skyrocketing because of the dictation that they do in these meetings. go into our legislation and acting as if they know what they need. These are their parents' kids, not yours. I commend what you're doing. It is amazing work. A checks and balances between a school district and a city should happen. And building that bridge and changing the world with this type of legislation is amazing. It's innovative. Great work. Oh, one more thing, just because I feel like we need it. Christ is King.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Marissa Jacksel, and I wanted to voice my support for the mayor's proposal to make our city a parents' right to know city. This is not about being partial. This is about protecting our children. And once the state intervenes and thinks they know how to raise our children better than us parents do, that's when the mama bears come out. So I'm here to speak up for our children, for our parents, and for our families. My friend, who is a teacher in Anaheim, she's a kindergarten teacher. She was walking down the hallway with her class, and another teacher with her class walked down the hallway to the bathroom. And that teacher bent over and said, "Are you a girl or a boy?" Do you want our children, little kindergartners, being asked that question? Are we trying to confuse our children? The schools are trying to confuse our children. If we aren't paying attention, parents, you need to get involved. Request records and curriculum for your schools so you know what is being taught. This is your constitutional right as parents, and it is your God-given right. Dan, I have a question. You said it's the parents who should decide what books their children should read. Shouldn't it be the parents who decide if they don't want their children taught sexualization curriculum to their children? It is our responsibility as law-abiding citizens, parents, civic leaders, to all protect our children. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello. I support Mayor Vandermark's agenda item to declare Huntington Beach a parents' right to know city. Shh, don't tell the parents is what they're saying. And whether you know it or not, you're following socialist teacher Saul Alinsky's ideas, increasing insecurity, anxiety, and uncertainty. Destroy the family, he says. You are not protecting the children and parents that way. When these children are taken from their parents, it's traumatic for the teen, especially because the parent wants to protect and advise. If you cared, you would change this garbage in your schools. Because of this, our kids have become insecure, anxious, and uncertain. Just like that photo of Yaeli Martinez from an LA school district. She was encouraged to be who she wanted to be by a counselor of the school. When her mom tried to help her to continue being a girl as she was born, the government took her away from her mom. She started to become depressed. Did the state or school try to help? No, but her mom tried, but they took precious Yaeli away from her. She died. Yes, she committed suicide. And if Huntington Beach allows this to go on their schools, shh, it's a secret. Don't tell your parents. Then I say you're abiding by the socialist agenda by destroying the family, brainwashing, coaching, and threatening to take the kids away from the parents who want to protect their children. We pay you to teach them properly, not to indoctrinate them. And because taking them away from us is not good. If you're going to continue to allow this to happen in our schools so others could end up like Aliela Martinez, we have something to say. We're going against the 14th Amendment. You are going against the 14th Amendment. If you don't protect the rights of the parents and stop indoctrinating the children, then the next suicide that occurs in one of our schools because of indoctrination, these parents and I will know that there is blood to account.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members and everyone in attendance. My name is Jignesh Padyar, a lifelong resident of Huntington Beach. Recently, I got married, and what comes with that is the next step of kind of creating your own family. And my wife and I, we began speaking, and we were thinking of what is the purpose of creating life if that child is just going to become a ward of the state? I mean, there is no intention to even prolonging life if we're just going to be handing them off to the government. You laugh about it, but your ideology doesn't even produce children. You want to indoctrinate our own. Okay? And the problem is it's coming from the state. You're going to say what our mayor is trying to do is just
this, what y'all see over and over and over is what we are supposed to be telling to the Boule, them, the Congressional Black Caucus. This is a conversation we're not having. When the hell did it ever become okay in the Black community to allow the government to get a hold of our kids and then be so perverse with them? I'm like, it's on us. The men, we must have been sleeping. We was too busy gang banging and dope slanging and doing anything but paying attention to what was going on. Then just putting everything on the preachers. We letting our family members, our wife, our daughters, we let everybody just go to the church. A lot of times we wouldn't even go. They can go. Y'all know how they go. They go. We don't go. This is what's been going on. They've been training our mind and conditioning our people to that. They got to the point to where now I'm telling you, you may be okay. You could be, oh man, they ain't gonna get me. I'm not going along with all that fruity, Buddha, Greek freak. No, but what about the children? You got to go work. You send your child to school. They're in their hands, and it's up to them now to say whether it don't matter what your child they're saying came out, a boy or girl. It's all depend on. And that's crazy. We never even thought that. You're like, damn. Now the worst thing you happen like, man, I need my son to hope he graduate, stay away from gangs, drugs, don't get a young girl pregnant early. Now it's a bigger problem. You have to worry about your son actually staying your son. And the Democrats tell us, no, you can't fight that. Because if you say your son is a boy, then that's child abuse. They're saying that. And they can send you to jail and get your child and do whatever they want to do with your child. You'll see, this is crazy. But this was on the Democratic agenda. This on their ticket. They can't run from this. They can't run from this. This perverse BS. It go against everything in our spirit that we stand for. That's why my soul be beating so much, because I know goddamn well we gotta fight hard against this. And I do mean fight hard. Shit.
It's done, and it has no real teeth to it. I don't know if you realize, but back in I think April, Measure A passed. We want voter ID. What does Sacramento do? Ted Boyd goes ahead and immediately passes legislation to override our votes in this city. We voted for that. So what our mayor is doing is protecting our children, regardless of what the superpowers of Sacramento want to happen. It is not their responsibility to dictate what we should be thinking, what is right and wrong. And the problem starts with Title I funding. It's basically converted schools to basically glorified health centers. They're turning these children into mental asylums. They're causing them issues. They're kids. They don't know any better between left and right and up and down. You're telling them that their genitalia is wrong and they're born in the wrong.
Come on. Now the Democrats tell you that it's a bunch of racism in America. They tell you that a bunch of racism in America. Oh, is it any racism in the school system? Huh? Is it any racism in the school system? Because you're telling us to leave our kids in their hands. You see, the Democrats, they can't have their cake and eat too. Is it racism here or not? We can't allow our kids to be in their hands if they racist like the Democrats are saying. This is disgusting what they have done, where they have positioned us in just a lose-lose. Ain't no win in their policies. You surrender your soul. You be soulless over there. You can't have no backbone. And they denounce masculinity. They denounce that. Unless it's in a woman. A masculine woman, then that's, they can praise that. That's crazy.
Wrong body. How evil of a thought that must be in your head. And, just to put more hypocrisy on the story, you're over here talking about transparency with the air show. Why don't you give transparency to the teachers and the parents? I mean, where is the hypocrisy? Seriously. At the end of the day, it's not too bad. One last thing, there is a Supreme Court case coming in right now with Taurus for Mars and Mayfield City Court. It's going to be in the distributed to conference with the Supreme Court September 30th. The fight for parental rights isn't over. It's just beginning.
I wanted to come here and support Mayor Gracie Vanderbark in your ordinance against AB 1955. God gave children parents for a reason. And in the 10 Commandments, it says, honor thy mother and father. It doesn't say honor Gavin Newsom and teachers. I also wanted to say, the young gentleman that was up here earlier who said, hey, listen, it's none of your business. You're right. It's none of the teacher's business, and neither is it the governor's business, and neither is it the government business, period. It's the parent's business, the relationship between the child, which brings me to the next point. I am so happy about the individual that was up here that was very proud to announce that they were a transgender, and that they were so proud that they had parents that understood. Now, just think if Gavin Newsom took away that parental right, then what would happen? We don't want any more CRT in our schools. Our kids need to get back to learning. They don't need to know how to have sex with who and why and whatever at such a young age. They need to know how to read. They need to know how to write. And our Black and brown communities are not getting that, and you know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, go ahead.
Hello, board, mayor. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Manu Grigorian. I'm a father of 4 beautiful twin daughters. I migrated from Soviet Union, okay, in 1987. I'm a refugee from Soviet Union. Gentleman told me I look too young to be from Soviet Union, so thank you. Yeah, and to call me fascist, I'm a commie, get straight, okay? Excuse for my language. Second of all, I am very disgusted by these oppositions here today. They are no manner. We had a young man under the age of 18 probably, speaking here today. Instead of acting like a grown-ups, a young man came to a grown-up meeting. What did we do? Act like fools, like they are acting right now. I want to thank you, Mayor, for adopting this resolution. Parents must know. Keeping secrets from parents is not the way. This is not an honoring process. If my child, a daughter, goes to school and says, I identify as a bully, I decide to crush everybody's head today, is the school going to notify me, or are they going to allow this child to be a bully? Because if they notify me, then you're breaking the law. But how are you not going to notify me my child is being a bully? This goes with everything. Whatever my children go through in school, please just know, I trust you with 7 hours of my children's life to you guys. If you're going to keep secrets, why am I trusting you? Like, seriously, think about it. When I take my children to my brother's house, I ask them, what did they do? Did they eat? Did they sleep? Did they do their homework? Did they play on the computer? Did they eat chocolate? What did my children do? Were they mannerful? They tell me everything, and I work with my children. They tell us, hey, your children will come out to you if you're great parents. I was a child. I kept everything secret from my parents.
Thank you.
You know.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Thank you. Time's up. Time's up.
Your time is up, sir.
At Tempe, Arizona, and Burbank, California. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for those tickets. Here's Nick Cruz. He's going to tell you. Here's a black guy to tell you what Kamala Harris's real platform is.
Kamala Harris's economic policy is being written by BlackRock. Kamala Harris has chosen her economic advisors, and surprise, surprise, they worked at BlackRock. Once again, BlackRock is guaranteed to win another United States election. BlackRock, Goldman Sachs, Boeing, Raytheon, these are the capitalist institutions and oligarchs that actually run this country. This is exactly why Kamala Harris has been very vague about her policy platform. She doesn't want people to know that BlackRock is writing it. Bernie Sanders and AOC are literally endorsing BlackRock economic policy. BlackRock directly funds and profit from war and genocide. So no wonder the Biden administration has been obsessed with starting and maintaining conflict. BlackRock is already licking their lips at the prospect of rebuilding Ukraine. BlackRock is also directly arming, funding, and supporting the genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza. But you guys think Kamala Harris is going to stop that? Brian Dees, the economic advisor for Kamala Harris, also works in the Biden administration. Are you guys starting to see how the revolving door works? There's a direct revolving door of corruption between these capitalist institutions and their executives, then transitioning into working for government and crafting policy. And once their time in government is up, they return back to the private sector, take giant salaries as payment for doing their bidding. This is what the real deep state looks like. American democracy is completely cooked, and so many Americans don't even realize it yet.
Woo! Oh, no.
Economic plan. And there's one topic in particular that a lot of people are debating each other about online, and that is the $25,000 down payment for first-time home buyers. So that's the one I do want to focus on, especially since it was not too long ago that I was a first-time home buyer. So I'm very familiar with the home buying process. And I want to also get to the core issue of what is missed from this discussion. So first and foremost, I am not against helping people purchase a home. I think the home prices are ridiculously expensive. I purchased my home, I think it was 2020. It was still kind of during the height of the pandemic, and the interest rates were incredibly low. I can tell you from personal experience, and I've been watching the home prices in my area. If I would have waited even the next year, I don't believe I would have been able to purchase a home because the prices started to increase dramatically. I can tell you today, I would not be able to purchase a home in this area, in the Boston area. There's no way I would be able to do it today. That's how expensive homes are now compared to 2020. So let's go ahead and get started with this announcement about that $25K down payment for home ownership. We're going to bring in this clip here.
Our work includes, for example, like let's have metrics. Let's say, for example, we know the history of Black home ownership. We know the history of bias and laws that prevented equal access to that opportunity. We have now proposed that if you are the child of parents who, or you were raised in a family where the folks who raised you were not homeowners, when you want to go buy a home, you will be entitled to a $25,000 grant toward down payment for a home.
So notice there's a lot of applause there. A lot of people like D.L. Hughley and Roland Martin are really excited about this. But some of us that are a part of not just the Black community, but people that are what we would call the working poor, not the middle class, have been very skeptical about this particular policy. And I'll get into that in just a little bit. But I did notice when she started talking about this, she seemed a little nervous when she started talking about the inequities that we have in this country. That was just something that I noticed. Let me let her continue here.
Again, acknowledging the realities of it all. If your parents owned a home and then you as their child say, I want to go buy, then your parents will likely have the opportunity and ability to say, honey, you don't have to go take out that big loan. I'm going to take some equity out of my home to help you with that down payment.
So that is one of the problems, that misconception there, that if your parents previously owned a home, that they have the ability to take out equity on their current home to help you with the down payment on your home. And you know what I thought about? I thought about the 08 housing crisis. I thought about all of the people that lost their homes during the 08 housing crisis. Now, what if you are one of those people that either lost your home in 2008 because of predatory lending? We all remember what was happening there during the housing crisis. What if you were one of those people that did own a home, but you lost it because you fell prey to those predatory lenders? As we all know, Barack Obama did not punish Wall Street. He decided to punish the American people instead of giving those people their homes back or giving them back the amount that they had paid on those homes or something to help those people. So what if you were one of those people? Well, technically, you are not a first-time home buyer. What if your parent was one of those people? Technically, you would not be a first-generation home buyer. So something that I was thinking about, there's a lot of red tape around this particular policy that Kamala Harris is pushing. And I'm thinking about how it is going to impact, more importantly, the working poor. There's a lot of talk about uplifting the middle class from her and Harris, but I believe a lot of times the working poor are left out. The working poor, the people who are working 2 jobs because they're making minimum wage at both of those jobs, but they don't have, let's say, a college degree to get a job that will pay more money. Those people, the people that don't make enough to obviously save up for a down payment on a home, but at the same time, they don't make too little to fall below that poverty line so that they can get some type of government assistance. I'm talking about that particular group of people. And there's a lot of people that are part of that category. You may not know them personally necessarily, but you may pass them every day. It could be the person that's making your Starbucks coffee. It could be the person that's greeting you at that drive-in window at Dunkin' Donuts. It could be the person that's selling you shoes at the mall. I'm talking about the people that are working retail jobs and people that are working restaurant jobs, which a lot of people in this country have those particular positions. I was reading one time before that the average middle-aged woman in this country works a retail job. What about those people? Let's continue.
And that's how intergenerational wealth works. But if you start with nothing, how are we going to give people those opportunities? Right. And so it's about acknowledgement and then pushing through the actual policies that are not just about lip service, but actually making a difference.
So this is something I think people need to pay close attention to. Again, like I said, this program in particular, it is for people who are not just a first-time home buyer, but first-generation home buyers, meaning that your parents did not own a home. And there are many of us whose parents may have owned a home but they lost that home because they were laid off, because of what they went through during the 08 housing crisis, or maybe you were that person that lost your home during the 08 housing crisis. Now, we all have to remember that it was companies like BlackRock that bought those foreclosed homes and decided to renovate them and increase the price so that even if you got to a point in your life where you wanted to get your house back, you would not be able to do so because you didn't make the income to be able to purchase that home again. And you also have to remember that I told you that Kamala Harris has 2 BlackRock alum working with her on her economic policy. So this plan that Kamala has come up with, it's almost as if they are totally disregarding the people that were affected during the 08 housing crisis. And a lot of those people were Black people. So we have to remember that. People who do not have
BlackRock own a lot of homes. They bought up these homes, and I make me think Barack Obama did that on purpose, made people lose their homes. BlackRock came, bought them all up. So it will make sense that now BlackRock is pushing Kamala to tell people they're gonna give them $25,000 so they can get a home, probably gonna be owned by BlackRock, and they're gonna rip them people off and continue the cycle.
Not have the means to purchase a home today as well. Let's dive into this a little bit more, and we're going to really break this down. The announcement was here. Harris to propose a $25K in down payment support for first time home buyers. Now, that is the headline, which a lot of people read, but they did not read the details. And I noticed this on social media. It goes on to say here, the campaign is vowing that during its first term, the Harris-Walz administration would provide working families who have paid their rent on time for 2 years. Let's highlight this part here. A lot of people didn't read this part. Working families who have paid their rent on time and are buying their first home up to $25K in down payment assistance with more generous support for first generation homeowners. Now, let's dive into this 2-year rent payment. The problem that you run into is that a lot of people that are working poor, that group I was just telling you about, it is not uncommon for them to have missed or have a late rent payment. Now, she's talking about over the course of 2 years. I know people that have been laid off left and right, going all the way back since the start of the pandemic. And people who are laid off, they may run into that situation where they may miss a rental payment. It is not uncommon. I know, like back in the day, especially during the 2008 housing crisis, I know there was a time or two when I was late on my rent because of the economic situation, because of what's happening with the housing crisis and people being laid off and et cetera, and all those types of things. So for people who are wondering, a lot of you will look at me and you'll say, well, she has a master's degree and she owns a house, and we'll get into all that. But a lot of you don't know the backstory. A lot of you don't realize that I was a part of that group that was working poor, particularly during 2008. I was a part of that group that worked 2 jobs, that barely made ends meet. And all it takes is for one unexpected expense for you to end up late, whether it's on a rental payment or whether it's on your utility bill or whether it's on, any other bill, credit card bill or other bills that you have, or God forbid, medical bills as well. That's all it takes is an unexpected expense that you have to take care of to put you behind. So in a sense, when she talks about people who have paid their rent on time for 2 years, that doesn't apply to a lot of people that are working poor. That will apply to a lot of people that are part of the middle class. And this is something that I've noticed in particular with presidential candidates. There is this big focus on the middle class, and not saying that there should not be a focus on the middle class. There should. But there is one group in particular that I feel is not being discussed, and that is the working poor. That group of people that don't make enough to be able to save money to put a down payment on a home, but they don't make too little that they are able to receive government assistance. And that is a lot of people in this country. Let's continue here. A lot of people are not too happy with the term first generation. Some people saw this and they said, oh, that means she's going to be giving this to migrants. Well, I just want to correct something here. Migrants would not qualify for this. That's not how it works. You still have to get a loan from the bank. We can get into that a little bit later, but they wouldn't qualify for it. However, some people are pointing out the fact that it will apply to some people who have immigrated here, which I could see that happening. But technically the term first generation, as it was used for me when I was in college, I was a first generation college student. That doesn't mean that my parents immigrated here. It meant that I was the first person in my family to attend college. However, there are first generation college students that also are first generation Americans, and their parents did immigrate here. But I just wanted to let people know it can mean both things. Now, let's continue because there's more that I want to add to this as well. In a preview statement obtained by ABC News, the campaign says many Americans work hard at their jobs, save and pay their rent on time month after month, but they can't save enough after paying their rent and other bills to save for a down payment, denying them a shot at owning a home and building wealth. And I agree that a lot of people just can't save up the money for the down payment. But I will also tell you, and you'll see this when we get to the numbers, that $25,000 for a down payment doesn't get you far in the United States when you're trying to purchase a home today. I know if I remember correctly, even for my home in 2020, when the interest rates were exceptionally low at that point in time, even the down payment was more than $25,000. So people have to understand that. I don't want people to jump to these conclusions and just think, I'm going to get this $25,000 payment here for a down payment on a home, and I'm going to be all set. No. And when we run through the numbers, you'll see what I'm talking about. Let's continue on. It goes a little bit further, and it says, they start to expand the supply. They're going to start to expand the supply of entry-level homes. They will, during their first term, provide working families who have paid their rent on time. There's that on time again, for 2 years, and are buying their first home up to $25K in down payment assistance, with more generous support for first-generation homeowners, meaning that, again, your parents did not own a home. You would get even more. Now, notice how they frame this. They say this is a down payment assistance. So that is them acknowledging that that is not going to be enough to cover a down payment. See, a lot of people are skipping over this and they're not reading between the lines. It goes on to say here that the administration proposed providing $25K in down payment assistance for 400,000 first-generation home buyers or home buyers whose parents don't own a home. That's that first generation part there as well. And a $10,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers. This plan will significantly simplify and expand the reach of down payment assistance, allowing over 1 million first-time buyers per year, including first-generation home buyers, to get the funds they need to buy a house when they're ready to buy it. So, look, I don't know. There have been a lot of promises that have been made, and I don't care who the presidential candidate is, but if they're running the Democratic Party, Republican Party, I always pause with this because Obama made a lot of promises when he was running for president. I think we all remember, right? Biden made a lot of promises when he was running for president. And so I see a lot of people getting excited and getting their hopes up, right? I think the Harris campaign needs to explain how they would do this, how they would accomplish this. And another thing I want to talk about is the process, the home buying process that I've gone through. I will tell you this much. Regardless if you have the $25K for the down payment or not, the reality is you have to get approved by the bank. And in order to get approved by the bank, you have to have a certain credit score. So your credit will still matter. So this is something I think a lot of people may not understand if they haven't gone through this process. As someone who has, I will tell you this. You have to get approved by the bank in order for the bank to give you a loan. That's how it works. So if you don't have the credit score or the credit score that the bank is looking for, regardless if you're a first-time home buyer or not, you are not going to qualify for that $25K in down payment assistance. That's not me trying to be snarky. That's just the reality of the situation. You have to get approved by the bank. So what they could do is help people with that previous process I just mentioned to you, approved by the bank. Because like I said, no bank approval, no bank loan, no home ownership. This is where I say again, this is going to benefit more people that are part of the middle class, not those that are working poor. Because if you're looking at the credit scores, the reality is the numbers show you a lot of the people that are working poor do not have the credit score or may not have good enough credit to qualify to get the loan from the bank. If you're looking at the numbers again, that is going to impact a lot of people who are African American in this country. So when we talk about people like Roland Martin saying on Twitter that this is going to greatly help African Americans, not really when you look at the numbers. Again, if you are middle class and you have that credit score, yes, I think this could really help you. But the reality is, if you don't have the credit score, you're not going to get the loan. And if you don't have enough money to save up to pay for the rest of that down payment, you're not going to be able to get the house. So let's look at those numbers. And we got to give a huge shout out to Reggie from Boston, because Reggie broke it all down. Does Kamala Harris' housing assistance plan go far enough for Black America? I looked up some number sources below. Guys, shout out Reggie, because he went really deep into this. He even made a spreadsheet we're going to show you as well. First thing I did was look at median home values. These are median home prices for each state and Washington, D.C. for 2023. Let's use my state of Massachusetts as an example. So Reggie and I are both in the Boston area. Massachusetts, for example, median home value over $600,000. Now, how many of you can afford a $600,000 house? When you're looking at a mortgage for a house that costs that much, your mortgage is going to be over $3,000 a month. How many of you can afford that? Okay. All right, let's go on. Let's continue. Again, like I told you, the prices were lower in 2020. So let's continue on. Next, I looked up median Black household income by state. Massachusetts Black families made $63,000, a little over $63,000 in 2022, right? So $63,000 as a salary, that's not enough for you to get a home that's over $600,000. It's just not. Let's continue. And we'll go into the numbers. I don't have to pull up the article because he made a spreadsheet, so we'll show you that as well. I didn't see 2003 numbers, so I wanted to find out about what we would have made that year. According to this study, wages grew about 4.4% on average from 2022 to 2023, if I'm reading this correctly. So Massachusetts families made around a little bit over $65,000 in 2023. Let's go on. Most people consider your household to be cost burden if you spend more than 1/3 of your income on housing. For Black families in Massachusetts, that threshold would be around $1,832 per month. Everybody see this? Let's go on. For many leaders, in order to avoid private mortgage insurance, which is the PMI, a home buyer must have a 20% for the down payment. For Massachusetts, that comes out to be over $120,000. And Reggie is correct. These are the things that are not being explained to people. So, and it's not just Massachusetts. I'm going to show you other states too. So if you get the $25,000 in down payment assistance, that's great. But what I want you to understand is that's nowhere near enough, particularly if you live in my state, for you to get that house. Now, if you don't want to avoid the PMI, you can do the first time home buyer program, which is what I did. But even during that program, I still had a down payment. I believe it was a little over $30,000. And that was in 2020. The houses cost more now. My home is worth a lot more now. If I were to put it on the market, it's ridiculously overpriced now. So I don't want people to think that this is just going to be the saving grace. Again, it's great to help people be able to obtain home ownership, but people have to know all the details. He goes on to say an FHA loan needs at least 3.5% down. In the case of Massachusetts, that's $21,000. Let's assume the federal government gives you a grant for that. So let's go on. Let's assume that Kamala Harris grants $25,000 in extra support for first-generation home buyers. Adding this to FHA, since Harris doesn't state clearly whether the down payment assistance is instead of in addition to grants available under FHA, clarity matters. So if I look confused, blame her. Anyway, we are at a total of $46,000 in down payment assistance. So let's just walk with this. And this is important because FHA has different rules. Like, for example, there are some sellers that do not accept an FHA loan. Sometimes it's just them trying to be greedy. If they have a buyer that's willing to give them a 20% down payment, some sellers are more likely to go with that person instead of going with the person that has obtained an FHA loan. A lot of it's just greed. There are also people that are buying homes, particularly here in Massachusetts, where they're offering all cash. We're talking about foreign investors that are coming into Massachusetts and they're like, I'm going to buy this house and I'm going to pay all cash. That does happen. So if you get that person and you have a person that has a FHA loan, sometimes the seller, if they're trying to be greedy, they'll just go with the person that's going to give them all cash. It happens. I'm trying to tell you how stressful and difficult the home buying process is today compared to how it was like 10 years ago. And it was stressful in 2020. So it's even more stressful now because the homes are more expensive. There are people now even willing to forego the housing inspection, which, by the way, I do not recommend. Never forego a housing inspection. No matter how great a house looks on the outside and in the inside, there could be problems with that house inside the walls, with the plumbing. You never know. With the electrical units, you never know that until something happens and it goes wrong. And I've heard of people doing this, and I think it's a really bad idea. So don't ever do that. He goes on to say here, under a Harris administration, a Black family in Massachusetts is still $74,000 short of a down payment that will not trigger PMI. Over $554,000 still has to be financed. I looked at interest rates earlier today, a 30-year fixed rate at 6.54% when I checked. So like I said, Reggie really did his homework. I used Zillow mortgage calculator and plugged in the numbers. With principal, interest, property tax, homeowners insurance, and PMI, a Black family in Massachusetts would need to be able to pay the bank $4,819 a month. So there we go. It is higher than what it was in 2020. I don't pay that. And this is just what I had predicted. How many of you can afford to pay $4,819 a month? Let's continue. Of course, everyone's property tax, insurance rates, and interest rates will differ slightly or greatly, but generally speaking, $4,819 represents 88% of the median household income for Black households in Massachusetts. He said, I give up there. I ran the numbers for every single state in Washington, D.C. By these numbers I ran, the typical Black family will not be able to afford home ownership anywhere in the U.S. under a Harris administration. In every state, we will be cost burdened. Every state. So let's take a look at the numbers. And by the way, it's not just Black families. Like, again, working poor white people, this is going to be difficult for you as well. So he ran those numbers and he created this spreadsheet here. And I want to make sure I can make it a little bit so we can see the numbers. Okay. So it's in alphabetical order. So in Alabama, the median home prices by state, 2023, $275,000. The Black household income in that state in 2022 was $40,774. So make sure I'm showing you everything. Yearly income, we're not going to do every state, but I want to show you some of them. Yearly income adjusted for 4.4% wage growth, that would be $42,568, right? So there's the increase there. And then your monthly income would be $3,547.
I tell y'all, this was a BlackRock scam, bro. This Kamala Harris plan, and remember, she got BlackRock helping her. BlackRock, anybody can look that up. We talked about that. Redacted was talking about that. BlackRock bought up a lot of houses on the market. They've been dumping a lot of them, but they own a lot of them. So yes, she will be talking about trying to help people getting a home and even giving you $25,000 a year to give back to BlackRock. Then you're gonna owe more. This is a big time scam. Anybody can get anything.
The yearly cost burden threshold, which is 1/3 of the income, would be $14,189.35. And then I want to show you here. He shows the PMI, all of this stuff. But I want to show you, let's get to the totals. In Alabama, the total assistance under Harris, let's say $34,625, above or below the PMI threshold. You see, this is in the red, $20,375. Amount to finance under Harris, $240,375, right? Monthly payment, mortgage, taxes, insurance, and PMI at 6.54%. That's $2,099. Monthly payment as the percentage of the income, 59%. And Alabama is one of the cheaper ones. So let's go to a state where it's not as cheap. Make sure I can go all the way over. Click on this here. And we're going to go to Massachusetts. We'll come up to Massachusetts because I want to show you guys what I'm talking about. So when we go to Massachusetts, you can see here, again, that average home over $600,000, which I told you would be the case. That income in 2022, over $63,000. After the wage increase, over $65,000. And then we're just going to go all the way over to the totals again. And I forgot what the yellow column. Total assistance under Harris, $46,000. And then you'll see here the amount that you'll have to finance, $554,000. And your monthly payment, $4,819. So the point that Reggie is making, which is one that I recognized as well, and I've been trying to explain this to people, is that giving people the $25,000 for the down payment assistance, that is nice. But the problem that you run into is that, number one, you have to get approved by the bank. Let's not forget that. Number two, which means you need the credit, et cetera. Number two, because homes are so much more expensive today, that $25,000 doesn't get you as far as you think it does. And you still may have to put some of your own money towards that, which means you will have to have savings. That's going to exclude a lot of people that are working poor. And three, once you get to the totals and you see how much you have to finance, and then you see how much you will pay monthly, you're going to realize that this plan here that Kamala Harris has is mainly going to help people that are part of the middle class. And that is not a progressive policy. When we talked about progressive policies, we talked about housing for all. So it's going to help people that are middle class, that have good credit, and are first generation home buyers. But it's not going to help people that are working poor. Then we need to get to the core problem, which I also feel like isn't being addressed. And I tweeted this: this doesn't fix the core issue. People can't purchase homes because they're not making enough money to pay the mortgage or qualify for a loan from the bank. You can build 1 trillion homes, but until you increase wages, this will continue to be an issue. So the problem with this as well is that it doesn't get to the core issue. The reason why people can't afford to buy a home is because we don't make enough money to be able to purchase a home. Because yes, it is true. BlackRock, some of these companies, private equity, they've been purchasing single family homes, renovating them, they jack up the price. Yes, that's true. That's a real thing. And I've talked about that for quite some time. But that's been going on for decades. So there's that. So how do you fix this problem? You have to make it illegal for these corporations to buy single family homes. You have to outlaw private equity from home ownership. If you don't do that, BlackRock is still going to continue to buy these homes. That's one thing that needs to happen. The second thing that needs to happen is that people need to make a living wage in this country, because no matter how much down payment assistance someone gives you, if you're not making a living wage, are you going to be able to pay that monthly payment? I give you $25,000 in down payment assistance. Are you going to be able to pay $4,819 a month? Do you see the problem? You still have the salary issue. You still have the wage problem. And the bank is not just going to give you a loan to buy a house because Kamala Harris gave you $25,000 in down payment assistance. The bank isn't just going to give you that loan because you got that assistance for the down payment. If you cannot prove to the bank that you can make that mortgage payment every month, that is a big problem. So again, it's great that there is this need to try to help to give people some type of assistance with home ownership. But the reality is this is going to leave a lot of people out that are working poor. And this isn't going to benefit as many Black people as you think it's going to when you get down to all the issues you got to deal with the bank and being able to make that mortgage payment. And number 3, these presidents have made a lot of promises. So there's no guarantee that Kamala Harris is even going to do this at all. Sounds like this could be something just to try to get you to come out and vote and support. We don't know. What I do know is that she is a part of the Biden administration, and both her and Joe Biden made a lot of promises that they did not fulfill. And the other issue is, if this needs to be passed by Congress, it's not going to happen. So, not to be a Debbie Downer or anything, but I saw a lot of people getting excited about this that were not familiar with the home buying process. And because I was familiar with that, I said, no, I have to break this down. And we got to talk about what really happens during the home buying process. It's a tedious process. It can be a frustrating process, particularly because there's so much competition. But at the same time, it's important that you know what you're getting yourself into. And what I would hate to see happen, I would hate to see people fall for this, just like they fell for a lot of the things that Barack Obama said. It is very important that we have to read between the lines, and we have to look at all these extra layers. And personally, I don't think that anyone should be punished either if they were late on a rent payment in the past 2 years. We have come out of a pandemic. I know a lot of people that were laid off during the pandemic, businesses closed during the pandemic because governors locked down the states or certain states were locked down. Some people who are just now getting back on their feet. So I think it's a penalty in a way if you had a late payment and now you don't qualify for this. So there's that as well. We need housing for everyone in this country, and we have a lot of money in this country, and we can make it happen.
Hurst. I'm an internationally accredited journalist from the United Kingdom. On Thursday, as I landed in London Heathrow Airport, I was immediately escorted off the plane by...
First they got Scott Ritter, now they got my boy Richard. See, these democracies is going insane trying to arrest and shut people up who've been talking about Ukraine and Palestine.
6 police officers who were waiting for me at the entrance of the aircraft. They arrested me, not detained, they arrested me under Section 12 of the Terrorism Act of 2000 and accused me of allegedly, quote, expressing an opinion or belief that is supportive of a prescribed organization, unquote, but wouldn't explain what this meant. One officer took my bags, and when I asked why he was still back in the aircraft, I was told, look, mate, you can get nicked right here in front of everyone or in there, your choice. So I was taken to an adjacent room, patted down, my phone confiscated. I was not allowed to inform my family. Despite being calm and cooperative, I was handcuffed with something that placed my shoulders in an awkward position and my wrists on top of rather than next to each other. The handcuffs were extremely tight. Despite the police loosening them, they left marks on me for 2 days. The police took me down onto the runway, put me in a police van, essentially a mobile cage, and informed me that everything was being recorded. The van was cramped. I had to struggle the entire time to keep my balance and try not to fall over as we drove to the police station. Now, once inside the station, they searched me again for the second time within 10 minutes. I was told to sit on a bench, remove my shoes, remove my socks. I was told to turn my socks inside out and hold them up for the officers to inspect. They also made me hold up my feet so they could check them as well. The officers took me to a room with UV lights, which they told me is used to catch burglars who are sprayed with something. I have no idea why they did this since they just removed me off of a plane. My suitcase was then opened in the lobby and ransacked. All of my journalistic equipment and devices were seized, including phones, SIM cards, wireless microphones, headphones, even my shoelaces. They later took my DNA as well, my fingerprints, palm prints, and photographed me. I was placed in solitary confinement in a cold cell that smelt like urine. There was barely any light, and the bed, if you can even call it a bed, was simply a small concrete ledge with a paper-thin mattress. The cell had no windows, no heating, no toilet paper. I was recorded 24/7 with audio and video, even when going to the toilet. I had to eat food with a piece of cardboard that you were supposed to fold in two in order to scoop up the meal. The police said that I have the right to inform someone that I'm locked up. So I said, okay, I want to call my family. And then they'd go, well, your calls are withheld because of the nature of the alleged offense. I tried to ask, well, what's the point of a right if you can just randomly withdraw it? Why tell me that I have this right at all? And one of them said something along the lines of, well, it's not an absolute right. It can be waived. Similarly, they said I had the right to know why I was being detained. So I asked again, and the police would say something like, well, we're just the arresting officers. We don't really know. Or this will be explained to you during the interview, or some other generic response. Now, despite the police officers' civility and cheerfulness, I felt that the whole process was designed to humiliate, intimidate, and dehumanize me and treat me like a criminal, even though they must have been aware of my background and that I'm a journalist. I was under surveillance almost the entire time from the moment I was arrested until I was released, be it in the police van, in the station, the cell, all of it. No privacy whatsoever. Many of my requests were also delayed or outright ignored. When I was detained, I asked for water several times. The police would always say, sure, but then I ended up waiting hours for a tiny cup of water. I asked if I could have my own clothes because I was in a t-shirt. It was cold and I couldn't sleep. They said they'd give me a pullover, but never did, although one guard did give me a second blanket. So you have to nag and nag for the most basic things, and this is why I was afraid that they weren't even going to call a solicitor for me. I was able to see the nurse on one occasion, but on 3 other occasions, when I asked to see the nurse, they'd say yes and then nothing. For many hours, no one in the world knew what had happened to me or where I was. Only the police could call a solicitor for me. I had to ask like 4 or 5 different guards for several hours until I finally received a call. Some of my solicitor's calls did not get through or were not answered. One of the calls, my solicitor was told, would be monitored, and so they simply refused to take it. I asked to speak to the solicitor afterwards when that happened, but I was not allowed to. In total, I spent almost 24 hours in detention. At no point whatsoever was I allowed to speak to a family member or a friend. After waiting 15 hours, I was finally interviewed by 2 detectives. The interview lasted about an hour and a half, maybe something like that. So there's clearly no need to hold me there this entire time. But I believe this was done on purpose to try and rattle me psychologically. That failed. I categorically and utterly reject all the accusations by the police. I am not a terrorist. I have no criminal record. Prior to this incident, I'd never been detained in my entire life. I'm a product of the diplomatic community, and I'm raised to be anti-war. Both of my parents won Nobel Peace Prizes for their work as United Nations peacekeepers. They had a tremendous effect on my worldview and outlook and instilled in me the importance of diplomacy, international law, and peace. I myself am a victim of terrorism. When I attended the British school in Islamabad, the Egyptian embassy adjacent to my school was blown up in a double bombing. I categorically and unequivocally condemn terrorism. I am a Medhurst. My family goes back 1,000 years in this country. I come from a long line of public servants. My father served in the London Metropolitan Police before entering the United Nations. He is an expert and an authority on counterterrorism who taught me much. My grandfather was in the Royal Air Force during World War II, and his father before him in the British Army in World War I. I perhaps don't have the same career paths as them, but I can...
Revolutionary salute to our brother Vincent Brown for the donation, $9.99 donation to the war chest. He say, F Willie D, he a buster, he against blacks. Absolutely he is. Appreciate the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Appreciate the love, family. Salute.
I consider my journalism to be a public service and my way of doing my bit for the country by providing a counterweight to mainstream media. I love my country. I respect its laws and its legal institutions. I get the feeling, nevertheless, that those like myself who are speaking up and reporting on the situation in Palestine are being targeted. I had booked my ticket to London on the same day, and yet an entire team of police were mobilized to arrest and question me. This is why I felt that this was a pre-planned, coordinated arrest. Many people have been detained in Britain because of their connection to journalism, sometimes under the Terrorism Act, sometimes not. I think of Julian Assange, Craig Murray, Kit Clarenberg, David Miranda, Vanessa Beeley. As far as I'm aware, I'm the only journalist, however, to have been arrested and held for up to 24 hours under Section 12 of the Terrorism Act. Keep in mind the conditions that I outlined previously. The psychological element where you're made to wait endlessly. You've not been told what you're accused of, nor when you'll be questioned. Now, despite having been released unconditionally, I do not feel that my bail is truly unconditional. I'm effectively in limbo, not knowing if I will be charged in 3 months or if I will go to prison. Journalism is my livelihood. I have an ethical and a moral responsibility toward the general public to inform. But I feel that a muzzle has been placed on me. I simply do not know if or how I can work at all during the next months. Palestine, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, remain the most pressing news story in the world. However, it seems that any statement, no matter how innocent, how factual and well-intentioned, can be skewed and twisted into an offense of the highest order. This is precisely the danger and the absurdity of the Terrorism Act that I have always sought to impress upon the public, long before I ever became a victim of it myself. It is out of control. It has no place in a democracy. Counterterrorism laws should be used to fight actual terrorism, not journalism. We cannot call ourselves a democracy as long as reporters are dragged off of planes and detained and treated like murderers. I am disgusted that I am being politically persecuted in my own country. Now, as I do not know if I can still report as a journalist for the next months, I kindly ask you for your support during these times. Freedom of the press, freedom of speech really are under attack. The state is cracking down and escalating to try and stop people from speaking out against our government's complicity in genocide. Please stand not just with me, but with the others who are still inside. I know what they're going through, and the best relief is to know that people on the outside are rooting for you and doing everything they can to get you out. Thank you.
After 2 weeks of fighting in the Kursk region, even pro-Ukrainian Western military journalists and experts began to admit that Russian troops still managed to stabilize the situation in the region. According to many independent Western experts and analysts, stabilization of the situation is observed in the Sudzansky and Koronevsky districts of the Kursk region. Moreover, referring to their own sources in the Ukrainian General Staff and the Pentagon, many Western experts also recognize that the armed forces of Ukraine are suffering heavy losses in manpower and equipment. By the way, a well-known German Russophobe and journalist from the Edition Bild, Julian Ropke, is still vomiting in mosques about the destruction of 3 units of the American HIMARS multiple launch rocket systems in the Sumy region. According to him, the Ukrainian High Military Command should stop using expensive Western missile systems in the vicinity of the Russian border. The German journalist noted that Russian reconnaissance drones are monitoring the entire area of fire support of the armed forces of Ukraine in non-stop mode, and therefore, the Ukrainian General Staff should not place Western types of weapons even a few hundred kilometers from the border with the Kursk region. At the same time, it is worth noting that the HIMARS missile systems destroyed in the
Revolutionary salute to our brother Ricardo for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
Sumy region were most likely supplied to Ukraine by Germany in May of this year. Let me remind you that back then, a real scandal broke out in Germany over the transfer of HIMARS missile systems to Ukraine. German politician for the party Alternative for Germany, Bernd Schattner, even accused the country's defense minister of wastefulness, and called on the German authorities not to give Ukraine such expensive missile systems. Now Germany is furious. Less than 3 months later, the Ukrainian armed forces lost all the HIMARS multiple launch rocket systems that Berlin handed over to Kiev. Meanwhile, British military experts from the edition The Economist also admitted that the offensive of the armed forces of Ukraine in the Kursk region has slowed down significantly. Moreover, British experts noted that the Russian High Military Command has fully calculated the tactics of the Ukrainian army in the Kursk region, and is quite successfully resisting it. According to them, in the first days of the offensive, the Ukrainian armed forces used the surprise factor and the absence of professional Russian soldiers in the Kursk region, as a result of which the Ukrainian army managed to take control of quite extensive territories. However, on the third day of the confrontation, the armed forces of Ukraine began to lose the initiative in the Kursk region, as the Russian High Military Command sent well-trained units, including Spetsnaz and Marines, to the combat contact line. Moreover, British experts also admitted that the competent actions of the Russian command led to the fact that the armed forces of Ukraine began to suffer heavy losses in manpower and equipment. And unfortunately for the Ukrainian General Staff, the loss rate of the armed forces in the Kursk region is growing rapidly every day. Insiders in Kiev claim that the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Ukraine, General Alexander Sersky, is under great pressure from the Kiev authorities. It is reported that Zelensky, feeling like a second Napoleon Bonaparte, demands from General Sersky that the armed forces of Ukraine continue to advance into the depths of Russian territory no matter what. However, General Sersky, realizing that now in the Kursk region, the armed forces of Ukraine are opposed by professional and well-trained units of the Russian army, began to act more cautiously. It is reported that General Sersky completely abandoned the idea of continuing to advance into the depths of Russian territory. At the moment, the Ukrainian armed forces are attacking Russian positions only on the flanks, along the border of the Kursk and Sumy regions. All this is done in order to create more effective and powerful lines of defense, so that the armed forces of Ukraine can stay on the territory of the Kursk region for as long as possible. However, the presence of the armed forces of Ukraine in the Kursk region continues to devour Ukraine's last remaining resources rapidly. Against this backdrop, Zelensky began to beg the United States, France, and Britain for another large-scale financial and military assistance. According to military experts, Zelensky began to beg the West for another large-scale assistance 2 weeks after the invasion of the Kursk region for a reason. The fact is that he understands perfectly well that the remaining reserves and resources of Ukraine can allow the Ukrainian army to remain in the Kursk region for no more than 60 days. Therefore, Zelensky has already begun to beg the West for additional military and financial assistance to continue his adventure in this Russian region. Meanwhile, observing Russia's actions, many Western think tanks began to recognize that Moscow had managed to reverse the situation in the Kursk region to its advantage. The fact is that it is very beneficial for the Russian army that the armed forces of Ukraine continue to throw its last reserves into the Kursk region, incurring huge losses in manpower and equipment. All this allowed the Russian troops to strengthen and accelerate the liberation of Donbass. In the last 5 days alone, the Russian army has liberated 4 settlements in Donbass. Moreover, on August 19, 2024, settlements such as New York and Vyemka also came under the control of the Russian army. Experts admit that if the Ukrainian General Staff and its NATO advisors are unable to stop the Russian offensive in the Donbass, the front may collapse in the coming weeks. The mood of Western think tanks was also spoiled by Russian Telegram channels. In particular, the Telegram channel Shot stated that on August 18, 2024, Russian Marines from the 810th Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet managed to destroy an enemy column with the help of FPV drones during a change of deployment in the Kursk region. Simultaneously with this, Russian Marines also managed to capture 30 Ukrainian saboteurs in the Studzansky district of the Kursk region. As it turned out, there were also 15 foreign mercenaries among these Ukrainian saboteurs. It is reported that these were mostly Polish and French citizens. Against this backdrop, the well-known Russian parliamentary deputy Sergei Kalyanov called for the lifting of the moratorium on the death penalty against foreign mercenaries fighting against Russian troops on the territory of Ukraine. According to him, all foreign citizens captured by the Russian army should be sentenced to death. At the same time, it is worth noting that many Russian deputies supported Sergei Kalyanov's proposal.
Close to the end of the second week. I wanted to ask you, one, to discuss what your findings and your reporting on this pretty monumental event, and also if you could tie this into something that I've been very concerned about, and I think the rest of the world is, including Russia, is how this escalation kind of marks another step forward to an unthinkable conflict, direct conflict between NATO and Russia.
Yeah. Well, from the beginning, many of us independents, we had two key questions. Was the Ministry of Defense in Russia caught napping in an astounding way? Or was this more or less engineered or re-engineered to set up a lethal trap for Ukraine? So these were my first thoughts from the beginning. Then I started talking to some people, and then I asked some of my very good sources in Moscow directly. Said, look, I know you cannot be compromised. I know this is extremely sensitive matter of national security in Russia, but as much as you can tell me in a one sentence or so, more than appreciated. And they volunteered. And in fact, one of them told me that he will give me a full briefing when I'm back in Moscow. I'll be back in Moscow in a week or so. So I'm eagerly expecting this full briefing in detail. It's a very, very, very complicated affair because it involves what goes on inside the Ministry of Defense. They are clans, it's tribal, they are in shock. There are people who are against Belousov, the new Minister of Defense. There's the Shoigu gang, the Gerasimov faithfuls, It's very complicated. And for all of us, it brings back what Prigozhin was saying all the time. And he was, to a larger extent, correct when he was talking about internal corruption in the Ministry of Defense. Of course, this happens everywhere. In the Pentagon, is in fact intergalactic internal corruption. In the German Ministry of Defense, it's the same thing. We don't know about what happens inside China because it's too opaque. And in Russia, as far as we can tell, and as far as intel sources who have their moles inside the Ministry of Defense can tell, it's a very, very complicated affair. We all know there is a sort of purge going on, like Putin feels now with this new government that he's free to finally reorganize things internally in the Ministry of Defense. A lot of generals and a lot of the old guard have been directly accused of corruption. Shoigu, we can say very, very diplomatically that he was sort of kicked upstairs. And then, of course, there's Gerasimov. Gerasimov is, let's put it this way, a first-class old-school general, but maybe not so good when it comes to fighting this new hot war the way it is developing in Novorossiya and now in Kursk. For instance, a lot of these, I would say, hawkish intel factions, some inside the Ministry of Defense and some interconnected, they think that the Chief of General Staff should be General Surovkin, General Armageddon Surovkin, which he's the guy who basically coordinated that legendary three-tier Russian defense in Novorossiya. Well, according to what I heard, it's really, really complicated inside, and there is no definitive smoking gun. There are reports, internal reports confirmed by intel sources that key reorganization of certain brigades and commanders before the Kursk invasion. Don't forget that the Russians have excellent, not only internal sources and moles in Bankova, in Kiev, but several, let's say, strata of the Ukrainian forces, but also first-class electronic surveillance and aerial surveillance of everything that happens in Ukraine. So obviously they saw a movement of troops near the Kursk border. They knew what this would entail, and that's the point where they made that fateful decision. Should we let it happen? And then we're going to immediately reorganize the whole battlefield scenario according to our own aims. For that, we still don't have a smoking gun, but this looks like the privileged scenario. They were not caught completely unprepared. It's absolutely impossible, considering the level of information that they have on everything that happens in the military and in the intel services in Ukraine.
That's the fact.
So I would say that this medium to long term, after the Kursk problem is solved, would necessitate a serious internal inquiry and a serious investigation in the Ministry of Defense. Will that happen? We don't know. What we do know is that Belousov is on a mission to finish off with corruption inside the Ministry of Defense. So heads will roll. We still don't know which heads and for what, but that's inevitable. And the fact that there are serious factions inside the Ministry of Defense that are anti-Belousov also tells us a lot, right? So in a nutshell, an extremely sensitive national security matter for Russia. For the moment, they turned it around, and we can say that Putin's decisions let's say in the first 48 hours after they identified what was going on in Kursk turned the whole thing around because it installed in practice a counter-terrorist operation. In fact, what's going on in Kursk now is a counter-terrorist operation, a take no prisoners ethos, where if you don't surrender peacefully, which is the case of many Ukrainians for the past few days, you're going to be eliminated, and that's it. Take no prisoners. So the choice is yours. And of course, Russia will prevail, and it's going to take time. It's a very, very complicated. It will imply battles for villages and small cities as well. This thing can go on for weeks or even months, but they will prevail. And the investigation, of course, is not going to happen in the next few weeks or months. Maybe it will happen only next year. But of course, in terms of offering a gift for Russia, it is an enormous gift because it is a suicidal mission. Also, very important, we still don't have a smoking gun. But let's say with 90% of certainty that this was masterminded by NATO, Anglo-American NATO experts. Our friend Andrei Marchanov said they cannot even do a basic math equation, and they have never seen a real war in front of them. So these are the people who masterminded this operation, right? And of course, it's the Hail Mary pass of this dwindling, sweaty sweatshirt regime in Kiev, which is being thrown under the bus as we speak. Already have a list of candidates for the post-Zelensky. Something's going to happen before the American elections, most probably. They simply cannot, the Americans must have something to show before the American elections, apart from the complete evisceration of the Donbass front. You know, and they thought, okay, Kursk, it's perfect. We can sell it as a Ukrainian victory, which is the Anglo-American mainstream media is bravely doing it on an everyday basis, right? That fantastic Ukrainian victory in Kursk. But very, very important, names. Who is in charge of what's going on in Kursk at the moment? Not Gerasimov. Two names, Dyumin, special advisor to President Putin, which is reporting directly to President Putin, is the overseer. And the overseer of the counter-terrorist operation is the FSB's Bortnikov. So these are the names. These are the guys in charge of Kursk. It's not the Russian Ministry of Defense. And this, for all of us, I would say, speaks lots of Tolstoy volumes, to say the least.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think all of these are great points and so important in terms of the information that we need to understand what's going on. And I wanted to follow up with the situation on the front line. And as you said, this could very well be a huge gift to Russia, because even the Western mainstream media says all of Ukraine's best are going into this operation.
Yes.
But this operation is in Russian territory. And while you said it's very complicated, it also means that you have thousands of Ukraine's best troops just sitting there. And even The Economist is saying that Putin is going to punch back and punch back very hard. And it's already kind of playing out on the front lines where there's panic about collapse in places like Pokrovsk. So talk about this development. And again, you know, it seems to be leading to that very dangerous confrontation, given that while we don't have official confirmation, NATO is essentially spearheading every Ukrainian operation, and probably this one.
Exactly. Well, the Russian tactic in Kursk was absolutely classic from the beginning. We decimate the head of the snake that invaded Kursk, in fact. The top commanders of the top brigades, they were all exterminated within the first 48 hours. We attacked them in the rear, And everybody in between will be caught and will be encircled, and there will be a cauldron or a lot of mini cauldrons in Russian territory, in Kursk. This is we are approaching this stage of the battle. So it's more or less inevitable that the lines of supply and the lines of communication for the Ukrainians are doomed. And what really matters for the Russians is that in parallel to all that, without transferring troops from the Donbass front line, they are advancing very, very fast to Pokrovsk. And if they take it, it's absolutely essential because they're going to cut the main hub for the supply lines that go to the Ukrainians still controlling parts of Donbass, from Kiev to the parts of Donbass. So Pokrovsk may fall in the next, let's say, could be a few days or maybe 3-4 weeks maximum. That would be what, mid-September, before late September. Perfect. The timing couldn't be better. It would be like 1 month before the Brics summit in Kazan, you know. So in terms of timing for the Russians, everything is perfect. They have two very, very important geoeconomic and geopolitical forum next month. I'll be there. I'll be following both. Early September is the Vladivostok forum, and mid-October is the Holy Grail, the Brics forum in Kazan. So the Russians have everything necessary to arrive at the Brics forum with a lot of solutions on the battlefield regarding Ukraine, which they can show to the other Brics. The discussions on de-dollarization are progressing. Of course, another extremely complicated dossier, but they are advancing little by little. I'll have a briefing for you guys next time, starting with my return to Russia next week. And of course, this will be less than 1 month before the American elections in early November. And you can imagine the desperation on the American side, looking at what's happening in the black soil of Novorossiya everywhere. Thus, the extremely worrying possibility, which is already telegraphed by those Kiev goons, was picked up by everybody. A nuclear attack or a dirty bomb against Zaporizhzhia or Kursk or both, which this would be the post-Hail Mary pass, the definitive Hail Mary pass of this regime before they collapse completely. So for all of us, this is even more worrying because it fulfills more or less the expectation that we had at the beginning of summer, that this would be an incendiary summer for all practical purposes. I wrote a column that the title, if I remember well, is The Summer of Living Dangerously. We are right in the middle of the summer of living dangerously, including the possibility of a dirty bomb attack by the Ukrainians, which is something completely absurd and stupid, because if they launch a dirty bomb, it will be traced back to them. And, analysis will inevitably reveal that this was an Ukrainian dirty bomb. But this, I would say, this gives to all of you the out of control level of dementia of these people in Bankova, in Kiev. Of course, supported by those mathematics deprived NATO generals. That's where we are at the moment. So the summer of living danger has not even started yet. And the summer ends next month.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of it seems like the move here is that there is this desperation. And as you said, there's plans that are being revealed or at least speculated upon, but it's quite likely that Russia knows that were plans that were being undertaken by Ukraine, of course, always with NATO direction on these nuclear power plants. And So, I mean, maybe finally to close on the Kursk question, how do you believe this will affect the multipolar world? Of course, Russia is one of the major leaders, if not the major leader of this new emerging world order. And, now we have a situation where there was these talks about secret peace talks that Russia, of course, have smacked down as false, but
and they are, as far as
Russia,
we know.
yeah, but Russia is saying absolutely no peace talks from here moving forward. So how does Kursk fit into this overall trend? Because it seems like the desperation is leading closer and closer to a direct, almost like nuclear confrontation between NATO and Russia, and by extension, the multipolar world.
Well, we can say that in a sense, Putin may be thinking of applying a parallel Sun Tzu maneuver to what the Iranians are doing with the Talmudic genocidals in Israel and Gaza. Leave them waiting, strategic ambiguity, not telegraphing our moves, war of nerves. This is completely rattling, destabilizing Israel. And if Russia does something similar, apart from what they do actually on the ground in Novorossiya, which is slow, advanced Russia style, supported by a tsunami of artillery, crawling, but conquering one village every day or every 2 days or every 3 days. But in terms of, okay, if you try another red line provocation, we have not even answered for Kursk yet. And if you try another one, which will be the dirty bomb, get ready. But get ready for what? Nobody knows. Strategic ambiguity once again, which seems to be a very good strategy when you're dealing with lunatics in Israel and Gaza and in Kiev, NATO. It's different brands of lunatics with different ideological penchant and different levels of a cosmic ideological dementia, but still lunatics. And in desperation. Desperation on both corners. Desperation, total desperation in Tel Aviv, total desperation in Kiev, and I would say total desperation in Brussels, at the headquarters of NATO in Brussels. The Americans, of course, they are looking at the whole thing far away, as they are not directly involved. Let's see, theoretically, de facto they are, but theoretically they are not, because this is from the point of view of the Americans, this is an European war. This is Slavs killing Slavs, very far away. The other, they don't care, and the main victims will be Europe, not the US. So this is the perfect war, if it keeps going this way, from an hegemonic American point of view. The problem is, in terms of what they're going to sell to the electorate in November, there's nothing to sell. The only thing in front of them is a massive NATO defeat. And everything that the Democrats have been doing during this, let's call it Biden combo administration, because Biden was never the president of the United States for the past 3.5 years. He was the Biden combo, has led to this, right? So there's nothing to sell. And now that Kursk is going down and will go down in a matter of weeks, even the Hail Mary pass, they cannot sell it. So that's why the level of desperation is reaching a crescendo, where we can have an absolutely crazy decision by the Americans, by these silos in the deep state that are running policy. Okay, let the dogs of dementia roll for good, and that's of course is the dirty bomb option, right? It's look, the more we look into it, how did we come to this? How did the whole planet let things get to this point? But when we look at West Asia and we see the genocide still going on live in front of everybody and nothing happens, apart from this pitiful ceasefire negotiation without the Palestinians, which is beyond a joke. Can you imagine? A ceasefire negotiation with Qatar, Egypt, and the US and Israel. It doesn't even qualify as a joke. And the Americans will be trying to sell this as a ceasefire, a real ceasefire.
Yeah.
Look, not even Kafka, Danny, would be able to script something like this. Really.
Well, yeah.
Go ahead.
Well,
Yes, go ahead.
No. I'm glad that you have raised the question of Gaza because you have just written a really, I think, important article in the Cradle about how 3 Brics countries, we're talking about Russia, China, and Iran, have been coordinating, navigating, dealing, and wheeling around what has transpired over the last several months, especially Israel's incredibly dangerous aggression in Lebanon, in Iran, which has left the entire collective West kind of holding its breath about what might happen. Could you talk about what exactly Russia and Iran in particular, we can begin, and then of course bring in China, but you had so much important information for people to understand and know about this burgeoning relationship and how it relates to what Israel is doing. And really now a lot of these recent moves are a response to Israel. That's pretty massive, and I think is not getting enough attention. So Pepe, to you.
I'm sure in the US is not getting attention at all. All of us who follow American mainstream media, of course. First of all, because they don't understand the character of the interlocking strategic partnerships, Russia, China, Iran. They simply don't get it. And even the think tanks don't get it. Well, China, let's say, oversimplifying, of course, China is more or less on the let's say in the backyard, in the diplomatic front. They are explicitly saying that they support Palestine. They explicitly acknowledge over the phone Wang Yi and the acting Iranian foreign minister Ali Bagheri Kani, excellent diplomat. They had a phone call a week ago, and basically Wang Yi said, look, whatever you decide in your response to what Israel did in terms of assassinate Haniyeh in Tehran, we got your back. This is enormous, and it's part of their strategic relationship, which is energy. It has military components as well, geopolitically, of course. The fact that Iran wanted to bring China wanted to bring Iran into Brics for a long time, etc. Iran at the SCO, etc. So let's say this is a Chinese SCO angle of supporting whatever Iran does in West Asia. Russia is much more complex because their strategic partnership militarily is very, very advanced. Basically, Shoigu went to Tehran two weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, basically to accelerate the signing of their overall strategic partnership, including military, ultra high-level military exchanges. Of course, all those Antonov cargo planes landing in Iran a few days ago, carrying a lot of stuff, including practically certain, of course, no smoking gun from either side because this is mega top secret. Certainly, the Murmansk BN jamming those 35-meter high towers capable of jamming everything anywhere at a range of 5,000 kilometers. So the Russians certainly provide Iran with that. So in terms of bolstering Iran's aerial defenses, this is absolutely priceless. And maybe some extra hypersonic Mr. Sarmat and Mr. King Zhao kind of deal that we don't know about, but quite possible. Consider that Iran, they have their own hypersonic missiles, but not as advanced as the Russian missiles. And of course, the fact that Russia continues to buy tons, In fact, tens of thousands of Shahid drones from Iran. So Iran said, okay, we're going to need this, and this for our response. And the Russians said, oh, yeah, of course. Basically, what I heard last year in Moscow when an Iranian delegation was visiting Moscow, and they said, look, the dialogue was fantastic. Basically, we told the Russians, anything you want, just ask, and vice versa. And obviously, for the response, the way this is being organized between Khamenei, the IRGC, and other focuses, nodes of the axis of resistance, they're going to need a Russian military help. Of course, this has to remain secret because Russia has a tremendous problem when it comes to Israel. Focus it on the 1 million plus Russian passport holders or double passport holders who live in Israel. This is a very, very complicated affair because according to the Russian constitution, Russia has to protect them. The fact that many of these are hardcore Zionists and with a genocidal mentality makes the problem even more unsolvable. But Russia has to deal with that as well. So whichever way they choose to help Iran, it has to be extremely carefully calculated, as carefully calculated as the Iranian and acts of resistance response to the assassination of Shukr in Beirut and Haniyeh in Tehran. The Iranians are not in a hurry. I had this conversation these past few days. They are not in a hurry at all. They already said, look, we might not do anything if there is a plausible, serious ceasefire in Gaza. For the moment, it's not credible. There is the possibility of a ceasefire that Hamas already said, no, we don't agree because Netanyahu all the time is blocking some sort of resolution. So this is the only conditions that Iran said that they would not retaliate. So they will retaliate, but it can be, it won't be like we imagine. It would not be in the first few days and weeks, and they could postpone it to September, or even to late September, or even to a few days before the Brics summit. And anything is possible because the initiative is with Iran, and they choose what they're going to do, how they're going to respond, how deep, how complex, what they can, what kind of installations they want to target. So they have the initiative. And of course, they have this support in the back by Russia and China at different levels, geoeconomic, geopolitical, and diplomatic, is already assured. So this would be basically a Brics SCO operation. For all practical purposes, Iran will be responding from the point of view of Brics and SCO to a branch of the forever wars complex is in Israel, and what they are doing genocidally in Gaza. So this is very, very serious. This is a direct clash between the title of my latest book, Eurasia Against NATO Stan. This is a chapter of Eurasia Against NATO Stan in practice, in front of us, in front of the whole world to see, you know. So this requires very careful preparation. It will happen, but it will happen on Iran's terms. And then obviously, Danny and all of you, all bets are off, because then there will be the counter response by Israel, and anything is possible, including a nuclear response. Kiev style.
Yes. Yes, I think those are the stakes, Pepe. And you know, it was so interesting. One of the reasons why your article is so critical is because it goes over the series of events so important. I mean, Sergei Shoigu was in Tehran very quickly. I mean, very quickly, to not only discuss what might happen in terms of Iran's retaliation, but also to discuss military to military partnership, the military relations, sewing up on both sides. what kind of military armaments they're going to be trading essentially with each other. And then, of course, you had this very important meeting too that you mentioned with Mr. Abbas, the maybe not
Yes.
so legitimate president of the Palestinian Authority, but nonetheless, you said hours long worth of conversation with Vladimir Putin himself.
True.
And this comes after the
3
Beijing
hours.
Declaration, which Russia also helped engineer with China. It was brokered in China, but the Beijing Declaration, both Russia and China have been working so hard with Palestinian leadership around how to develop this kind of new unity government. So talk about how these developments also fit into this larger, as you said, Brics supported, Brics aligned support for what Iran and, of course, the rest of the axis of resistance may do from here and into the future.
Well, the Chinese, then they took the assassination of Haniyeh as a personal affront, as a diplomatic slap on their faces. You cannot do this in Asia and get away with it. All of us who have lived in Asia for decades, we know this on an everyday basis. You know, these are the basic rules of life and interaction across Asia. You cannot have your interlocutor lose face in such a manner or basically insult him in front of the whole world. Only a few days after Haniyeh was one of the representatives of 14 different Palestinian factions coming to Beijing, invited by the Chinese, signing the Beijing Declaration, with Wang Yi putting the Chinese stamp of approval and support to the declaration. The Israelis kill the main negotiator of a ceasefire in Gaza. Well, I could take days explaining to all of you precedents in the Chinese diplomatic history to what happens to people who try to pull something of that caliber. And if Genghis Khan or Genghis Khan's heirs were still active in Asia, the response would be a pyramid of schools in Israel, you know, at least. But okay, we're not there yet. But this was taken by the Chinese as a personal affront. So that's why they are even more implicated in diplomatic Chinese style, supporting everything concerning Palestine, Palestinian unity, Palestinian efforts, and of course the Iranian response to what Israelis did with the assassination of Haniyeh. And of course, Russia and China, they discussed this among them. And of course, they discussed with the Iranian leadership as well. We can, of course, it's not practically established, but those phone calls between Wang Yi and Lavrov, now they involve the acting Iranian foreign minister, Ali Bagheri. They already appointed Agachi as a new, but it was not confirmed by parliament yet. So for the moment, the top diplomat in Iran, a negotiator of very, very serious stuff, is Bagheri Khan, extremely competent. And I'm sure they are talking, he's talking to Lavrov and Wang Yi, you know, full time, absolutely full time. Just like Lavrov and Wang Yi talk full time about Southeast Asia, for instance. Late last month, they were here at the summit in Laos, the East Asian Summit, and they had a bilateral that lasted practically half a day, discussing Southeast Asia. They discussed West Asia practically on a daily basis as well. But the thing is how to calibrate this response to a point where they're not, the counter response by Israel not only will bleed Iran, but could bleed Russia and China in several ways, you know, further on down the road or immediately. So that's the complication. And we can more or less understand that from the point of view of this Brics trio, a response by Iran before the BRICS summit would be essential, because this will go to the BRICS summit and be presented to the other BRICS and to the countries that are invited as observers and as part of the mechanism called BRICS outreach in Kazan in October. The top BRICS can explain to all of them, look, this is the stakes that we are all facing, because the war on the other side is a war against all of us. It's a war against BRICS. It's a war against Eurasian integration. It's a war against BRICS. It's a war against the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. It's a war against the Eurasia Economic Union. It's a war against the Belt and Road Initiative, corridors of trade and communication. It's a war against the international North-South transportation corridor, Russia, Iran, and India. So it's a war against Eurasia as a whole. And of course, the other BRICS will, I would not put Brazil into it because Brazil is now in such a pathetic foreign policy condition. I prefer not even to talk about it.
The disappointment of Lula da Silva supporting new elections in Venezuela is certainly ring very loud in my head.
Very loud in your head. I prefer not even talk about that because I could derail and go too hardcore.
That's not, yeah.
But people who read my telegrams and the people that I quote from Brazil in my telegrams, they know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Well, I'll have a chance to see it by myself in November. I'm going to the G20 in Rio in November. So then I'll have the big local picture about all that. But basically, to all of you, one information is enough. I'm sure you remember, we have discussed this here in the past. The famous visit by Jake Sullivan to Brazil before Lula was elected with a list. So Lula has to follow the list. If he doesn't, he's toast, and he knows it. So this is very, very sad. This is very, very sad because there's no sovereignty involved. So Brazil is not a sovereign country at the moment. Unfortunately, it pains me deeply to acknowledge that, but these are the facts, right? Well, what can be presented to the BRICS as a whole and to the BRICS guests in October could be something construed as a BRICS response to what Israel is doing against Iran and even against Palestine. And very important, all of you, guess who's going to be one of the guests of the BRICS summit in this outreach mode? Palestine. So Palestine will be in Kazan in October, sitting on the same table with all the BRICS and all the BRICS guests. So this tells you everything you need to know about who's supporting whom.
Yes, indeed. So Pepe, I wanted to also just briefly before we move on, everything you were saying is so interesting to note because not only, we've seen it with Ukraine. We've seen Zelensky get the very cold shoulder from this, in particular, this BRICS trio, Russia, of course, but China and Iran as well. But we're also seeing it, I believe, also with Israel, because as you're talking about all these developments, what came up in my mind was Netanyahu has not been to Beijing, has not been to Moscow. There has been no coordination. And in fact, what you've heard actually from Israeli media and some of Israel's absolutely batshit crazy officials is they're not happy with either Russia or China. So your final words on this before we move on.
Well, look, it's very important to remember that China and Israel do a lot of business. So, but at the moment, everything is on hold, especially after this slap in Chinese face, the Haniyeh assassination. So I'm sure that the Chinese are obviously, you won't read that in Chinese media. These are decisions at the highest level, and they are strategic decisions, very, very serious. But China is certainly reevaluating their business relations with Israel. There's no question about that. And they are paying attention to their relations with the Arab world as a whole and to all the lands of Islam, which are much more important for China as, we can say, self-described leader of the global South. They consider themselves, China doesn't consider itself a developed country. It considers itself a developing country, one of the leaders of the global South. And obviously, when you think about 1.8 at least billion Muslims all over the world, China is looking at the lands of Islam as partners, as supporters, as diplomatic partners and supporters, and as trade partners as well. Very, very important. And of course, in terms of solidifying the global presence of China as a first-rate diplomatic, conciliatory, geopolitical player. So obviously, in this hurricane, let's put it this way, that thing swirling around inside the hurricane, Israel, they are seriously reconsidering their relations with Israel. And Russia, like we said a few minutes ago, it's much more complicated because of this 1 million plus Russian Russophones, Russian speakers, Russian passport holders, or double passport holders. And Russia simply cannot abandon them in the middle of genocide land. So for both of these actors, the challenges are very different, although the strategic decisions at the highest level are taken in tandem, of course. But they have to look around for, this variations, demultiplying problems. But we can expect from the Chinese a much more forceful position regarding the genocide and regarding Palestine, because now they are directly implicated. Now they have their name in the signature with the Beijing Declaration. It's their responsibility, so it's much more active. Until a month ago was not like that. So this is a game changer in a sense.
Yes, indeed. So, Pepe, I know that you have time constraints, so I want to get to the final story here that I wanted to cover with you, and that is Asia, because you've been traveling throughout Asia.
Yeah.
And one of the things that's so interesting about this moment, Pepe, is that we have, of course, this burgeoning and increasingly hot conflict between NATO and Russia in Ukraine. We also have, of course, this burgeoning hot conflict between Iran, Israel, the axis of resistance in Israel in West Asia, but not a lot of attention to the burgeoning US-China hot conflict that is emerging. But we do have, and I wanted your reaction to this, there is a gentleman who owns a very, very, very important corporation, and ultimately a neocon, Mr. Alex Karp. He's the owner of Palantir, which is
he's the CEO of Palantir.
Yes, he is the CEO of Palantir, and he has just come out with a very interesting statement with the New York Times, where, of course, his corporation has been caught feeding data to Israel to help it commit its genocide in Gaza. But he is saying that Russia, China, and Iran all need to be targets of what he literally says is a three-front war. So this is the mentality. I mean, this is the mentality of these military contractors, so-called data miners, intelligence contractors.
Yeah.
It reflects the neocon mentality, Pepe. So yes, exactly. Peter Thiel.
Alex Karp is nobody. This is Peter Thiel speaking.
Yes. Yes.
And we know who Peter Thiel is supporting in the next elections.
We do, Mr. Vance and his superior, Donald Trump. So Pepe, talk about this three-front war project, because it's not talked about right now like this, given that the headlines are saturated with what Israel is doing and, of course, what NATO is doing in Ukraine.
Well, this is a new declination of the new axis of evil. What Karp is saying, what Peter Thiel is saying through the mouth of Karp, is that the deep state is already preparing a three-front war against the new axis of evil. This is the real headline. You showed this showed up on Fortune magazine. Fortune magazine will never print a headline like that, never. But this is the real headline. So, in terms of the existential threats to the unipolar moment, this has already been established for a while now. And now it's doing the rounds in what our friend Ray McGovern called the MISIMAT, the industrial, military, congressional, intelligence, media, academia, think tank complex. And trying to establish the new narrative that, okay, Russia is absolutely horrible. Our next war is going to be against China because they're also horrible. But in fact, it's a three war because these three are very, very horrible. So this is the new declination of the axis of evil 1.0 in 2002, which was Iran, Iraq, and North Korea. So now it's the three, not by accident, 3 Brics, 3 SCO, and the 3 leaders of the drive towards a multipolar, multinodal, different nodes world. So, you know, in fact, when I read that thing, I said, oh, really? Okay, they should have published this last year already. It's a bit late, in fact. Everybody knows that. But the problem is the people who don't, they're going to start obviously freaking out with the fact that $35 trillion indebted economy is picking a fight with a trio with zero possibility of winning, which is this American obsession. Now we need to win. You won't win against anything. You cannot win against the Houthis in Bab al-Mandeb and Red Sea. Can you imagine picking these 3 at the same time with the hypersonic missiles of Russia and Iran? It's a joke. So, but this tells us the mentality of these prominent silos of the industrial military complex, that they are already fantasizing, just as they never cease to fantasize on how they're going to undermine and weaken Russia, even before the start of the Ukraine project in 2014. There you go. They never learn, Danny and everybody else, and it's sometimes it's so pathetic to look at it all. Assuming they are going to survive the internal collapse of the United States, which could happen as early as early next year, if not before the end of this year. This larval civil war inside the West, which can explode at any minute. The mega trillions of dollars that they owe, that the only way to zero this thing would be to provoke a world war. And then we start getting an inkling of an answer. Yes, they want a world war to zero everything and start all over again. Assuming that they're going to survive this world war, which they won't. And everybody knows that. And that famous Putin, okay, that's brilliant. We're going to die as martyrs, but they're going to die simply. And that's what's going to happen if it happens, you know.
Exactly. And what's so interesting about what Karp, right? Nothing, as you said, and of course Peter Thiel speaking through him. What's so interesting about it is he literally says it's almost as if, you know, there is no grasp on reality. He says, "Are we tough enough? I'm guessing the United States, to scare our adversary so we don't go to war? Do the Chinese, Russians, and Persians think we are strong, Persians meaning Iranians, okay? He doesn't want to say Iranians, obviously. The president needs to tell them, if you cross these lines, this is what we're going to do, and then you have to enforce it. Now, Karp and Palantir is coming out in full support of Biden and Harris, but Pepe, elaborate on this idea of, first of all, trying to project strength, but as you said, there is no victory here because a Russia-China-Iran war leads very much to the opposite. So how does it lead to the opposite, though? Because I think there are many who still do believe the U.S.'s ultimate superiority.
Well, I'll give you, Danny, and all of you, one example of American power nowadays and how American strength intimidates the whole planet. The Houthis in the Red Sea. That's it. That's my exhibit A, and I don't need an exhibit B. There you go. You know, that's the short answer.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, and that's what's so striking about this, Pepe, is that there is this almost just absolute misinterpretation of their own strength. I'm curious, though, given your travels in Asia thus far, what have people been saying in Thailand, your contacts? What do they say in Thailand and other places that you've been able to visit about this burgeoning war? Because it does include, I mean, we're talking about a three-front war. You have Chinese and Philippines vessels getting into pretty major confrontations at this point. You have, of course, Taiwan and the rest of the military situation, attempts to color revolution in Bangladesh. I mean, Asia is also on fire. So what do people say to you about this if you ask them?
Well, before talking to you, Danny, today I was writing a column more or less about that. I was writing a column about color revolutions in Southeast Asia and South Asia. They attempted a color revolution recently in Thailand, didn't work. Thailand, in fact, now has a new prime minister, Thaksin's daughter. She's 37, minimal political experience. And Thaksin is back with a bang in Thailand. It's fascinating. It happened last week. And he came back from exile. He never went to jail. And then this past weekend, there was a royal pardon for the multiple political accusations against him. So now he's back. And because he is a conservative and he's relatively close to the monarchy, the possibility of a color revolution in Thailand from now on is more or less, let's say, discarded, at least medium term. The Americans will try in Myanmar. They are actively trying in Myanmar. They are financing ethnic minority rebel groups in Myanmar against the government. And I was writing about that as well. And obviously, at the latest ASEAN summit, they all discussed all that. And this past week, Wang Yi was here. Wang Yi was in Myanmar and here in Thailand. He was here about the Mekong group of countries in Southeast Asia, where they have a project of sustainable development along the Mekong River. But he was also talking to the diplomats in Southeast Asia. And after that, this was after he talked to Lavrov late last month in Laos during the East Asia Summit. And all these conversations, they're more or less the same team. Wang Yi and Lavrov, they say openly, look, our Southeast Asian partners understand perfectly what is the Americans' game: to counter Russia and China, to counter us, and to erect a wall between us and you, Southeast Asians, the ASEAN 10. So everybody knows that. Everybody knows that except the fifth columnists like the Philippines. But nobody pays attention to the Philippines, especially now. Only as a fifth columnist provoking China. So what Wang Yi and Lavrov had been telling their Southeast Asian interlocutors, look, guys, you have to get closer and closer to our system, which is the multipolar reorganization of the world. This means we're going to bring you into Brics, several of you, at least half of ASEAN. We're going to get more deals with the Eurasian Economic Union, which has already free trade deals with some ASEAN members. SCO, you should be observers at the SCO. We support more projects, Belt and Road, China, Belt and Road across Southeast Asia. So ASEAN is getting closer and closer to this matrix of the multilateral organizations. BRICS, SCO, Eurasian Economic Union, Belt and Road Initiative, etc. And everybody at the highest level understands that the Americans will keep trying to provoke color revolutions across the spectrum, as they will keep trying in the Caucasus, in Central Asia. They will also continue in Southeast Asia, especially now that they have an enormous success in South Asia. And that brings us to the Bangladesh color revolution that was so easy to set up, minimalistically easy, I would say, using all the shenanigans that we know about color revolutions everywhere, and it worked. And at the same time, was a color revolution against two BRICS at the same time. Was against China and against India. Against India to give them problems in the Bay of Bengal, to apply pressure to the Indians and say, look, you stay in our area of influence, get serious about Quad, or we're going to destabilize the Bay of Bengal, and we're going to destabilize you. And in China, even more complicated, because it's a direct attack on one of the corridors of the New Silk Roads, the BCIM corridor, Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar. So the Americans are trying to a sort of color revolution in Myanmar, financing ethnic rebel groups. And Myanmar, don't forget, neighbor of Bangladesh. They have a successful color revolution in Bangladesh. So, they simply won't sleep until they destabilize what we can consider the most important country in ASEAN strategically, Thailand, over here. For the moment, there's no chance, but the American presence here in Thailand is enormous, very, very powerful, infiltrated everywhere. The monarchy looks at them with, we have to keep these guys under control. Just to give an example, my neighbor here on the other side of the street is the new JP Morgan Tower. So my next door neighbors are Deutsche Bank Tower. And finally, when I came this time, the new JP Morgan Tower is erect over there, fascinated. And JP Morgan here is extremely powerful. So they won't give up. And this is the problem. On a color revolution front, everybody here in Southeast Asia know how powerful they are. On a military strength front, which is the stupidity in this Alex Karp article, people say, no, it's a joke. Come on. And they have nothing to do here in our region, which, by the way, everybody here in Hong Kong, in southern China, in the Indonesian archipelago, in the middle of the jungles of Borneo, whatever, are Asia Pacific, which is the nomination of this whole region. Nobody knows what is Nobody has a clue what is Indo-Pacific. This thing doesn't exist.
It reminds me of Vietnam, when they used to call Vietnam and
Indochina. Remember Indochina, exactly.
Right.
When the French were still ruling Indochina. So there is a dichotomy between countries here being fearful of American soft power and the power to provoke color revolutions, and looking at their real military potential as a joke. Everybody was paying attention to the Houthis in the Red Sea. Everybody. and everybody took notes. So that's the difference, Danny. It's complicated because they will keep trying. For Indonesia, there's a new government in Indonesia. They are inaugurating a new capital in the jungles of Borneo, which is an incredibly challenging project. So fascinating. Indonesia is going to be one of the big powers of the 21st century. So the Americans, they cannot try anything too radical over there because there's no audience for their called revolution. But Thailand and Myanmar are top targets and will continue to be top targets. And Bangladesh, we don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, this is what they tell us to our faces, Pepe. They say, we are going to use alliances. We're going to build alliances to undermine and contain China. And of course, the rest of what is quickly becoming the Asian century, the rest of Asia, as an attempt to ignore. But, you know, it as much as it causes this chaos and instability, we're also seeing just major blows to this, not just in what you were covering, Pepe, but also even, you know, as we speak, we have Vietnam's General Secretary of the Communist Party, To Lam. He went to Beijing first upon getting reinaugurated.
So, exactly. Vietnam also a huge BRICS candidate. So, you know, the top 5 ASEAN nations are BRICS candidates. Singapore is different. Singapore, as we know, is basically a warehouse, and it's a mini island, doesn't count. Although they have enormous, basically financial power, because the international financial system uses Singapore as one of their bases. And of course, a lot of money laundering. There's a lot of illicit money from all over Asia sleeping in Singapore banks. That's a different story. But they are not a major ASEAN power. You cannot compare it with Vietnam, Indonesia, Thailand, for instance. And Malaysia. These are all BRICS candidates.
Yes, and in Vietnam, when I was there was absolutely no appetite. I went to a veterans association. I went to people who have connections to the military. They were like, color revolution? Not ever going to happen here. They even said, they're like, oh yeah, we have this little opposition. They're taken care of. So that's the trend. And, you know, Pepe, any final comments before? I think we're going to head out of here together. So any final?
All right, for the very latest on this, we're now being joined from Oslo by Dr. Glenn Deason, Professor of International Relations at the University of Southeastern Norway. Glenn Deason, thank you very much indeed for joining us on the show. Let me begin by asking you how you read the current statements, the latest statements by President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Well, I think he needs definitely more weapons. A key problem, which is recognized, among the Ukrainians, the West, and Russia, is that this Kursk invasion does not seem to be sustainable. That is, the Ukrainians went out from their defensive positions, out in the open, inside Russian territory. So, as a predictable consequence, they're losing a lot of mechanized vehicles and manpower, which is not very good in a war of attrition, in which you're attempting to exhaust the adversary. So, in contrast, on the Russian side, within their own territory, they seem to have better air defenses. Also, this allows them to use their very powerful glide bombs. So I know that in the Western media, at least, there's a lot of excitement about Ukraine taking territory within Russia. But when the army is knocked out as a consequence, then they will eventually lose the territory they took. So this is why it's not sustainable. And this is also why Ukraine is now asking for more weapons. And as you see in countries like the UK or Germany, they're also using this invasion to whip up excitement and advocate for more weapons to assist in the invasion. So I think this is where we are at the moment, because the Ukrainians are suffering greatly as a result of this. And this is also something that Ukrainian military commanders across the country are asking, why all these weapons were sent into Russia and being destroyed when they're struggling so much on the other front lines where the Russians are making gains. So it's so there's a lot at stake.
Yeah. That's an important point you're making, that, you know, they went into this and a lot of people thought that this was going to be a successful incursion and they will gain ground, but it seems like a miscalculation in some ways. How do you see the Russians' continuous attack on Ukrainian regions in the Donbas region, something which Kyiv thought would ease up after their attacks in Kursk?
Yeah, and I think that was one of the objectives of going into Kursk, to divert Russian troops from the front line in Donbass. But instead, we see that the Russians are making more progress now, simply because the Ukrainians diverted all these troops into Kursk. So it's going across the main front line. The most critical area, I think, is...
They wanted Putin to ease up the pressure, and he put them under more pressure for their foolishness.
Pokrovsk, because again, this is a war of attrition, but Pokrovsk is a key logistic center point. It's a transportation hub. All areas connect through this. So if the Russians are able to take this, there's not many more defensive lines west of Pokrovsk, and also they will be able to disrupt the Ukrainian logistics and also use this as a bridgehead to expand further. So we're already seeing huge encirclements taking place. A lot of Ukrainians are fleeing, and when they're fleeing, they're losing a lot of equipment and men as well. So I think this is what the Russians are doing. They want to take advantage of what they see on the Ukrainian side being a misstep or a strategic mistake. Doesn't mean they're not gaining something from Kursk. It just means this results in weaknesses other places. So the Russians will try to take advantage of this. Meanwhile, they're building up their defenses in Kursk and also beginning to knock out as much as they can from the Ukrainians, and then eventually begin to push them back. But as you mentioned in your opening, there are a lot of risks to the Russians as well. A lot of Russian troops could get stuck on the south side of the same river as the Ukrainians are knocking out the bridges, and they could be enveloped in a cauldron there.
Right. And as you are telling us about how this is unfolding for the Ukrainian side, obviously the West can't afford for Ukraine to lose this war. So many of the countries are agreeing to give some of the weapons. But why do you think the US is still not allowing Kyiv to use its long-range Storm Shadow missiles on Russian territory, despite, of course, multiple pleas from Ukraine? That would be a dangerous escalation, I assume.
Yeah, it is a very dangerous escalation because the reason why it's a controversial topic is because the ambiguity over whether or not it's a defensive or offensive war by NATO. It's very popular in the West to say that, Ukraine was attacked and NATO has every right to assist Ukraine with the right to defend itself. But it's important to keep in mind that this has, to a large extent, been a proxy war against Russia for a decade now. Keep in mind that after the West toppled the government in Ukraine in 2014, on the first day, the US began, or the CIA began, a covert war against Russia. This was before there was ever any conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And also, we also learned that when Russia eventually invaded in 2022, the reason why the US and UK sabotaged the peace agreements in Istanbul, and this according to the mediators, was because the US saw an opportunity to use the Ukrainians to kill Russians. Now, it's also been confirmed in Bloomberg that once the Russians invaded, the US and UK, their top officials considered the only acceptable outcome of the war to be the military defeat of Russia and regime change. And then we also had the issues like the US Helsinki Commission arguing peace can only be restored by decolonizing Russia, which means to break it into pieces and balkanize it. So the point is the context here. Now that NATO is launching missiles into Russian territory, or at least NATO missiles are being used, and NATO is very enthusiastically backing the invasion of Russian territory, this obviously is an escalation. And if we see this in the context that NATO effectively has gone to war against Russia, the world's largest nuclear power, it makes a lot of sense if the Americans are a bit cautious and attempt to pull back on the leash, especially on the British, who are a bit too enthusiastic about this.
Yeah.
And the US is also trying to take some distance and likely ask itself as well, how much success do they actually want in terms of invading Russia, humiliating its political leaders? Because at some point the Russian response will come.
Yeah, and certainly the Americans can't afford two full-blown wars, one of course happening in West Asia and one here. Glenn Deason,
populist. So Biden goes on TV and Scholz and Macron and von der Leyen, and they all say whatever they say, unchecked, unchallenged, because nobody asks a single damn follow-up question. My friends, I hope you're all doing well, and in this video, we're going to discuss the military situation in the Pokrovsk direction. It is getting very bad for the Ukrainians. Just a few hours ago, they started announcing the mandatory evacuation, and now we have a super interesting statement from a Ukrainian military expert. Let's see what he has to say. It's not good news. Pokrovsk city fall can lead to entire front collapse, Ukraine military expert warns. Okay, this is an article from the New Voice of Ukraine. I'm only going to read 2 paragraphs because it's a super short article, and then we're going to go over to Reuters where the bulk of the information will come from. Let's dive in. The situation is close to critical in the Pokrovsk and Toretsk sectors in Donetsk Oblast fronts, Ukrainian military expert Mikhailo Zhirokov told Radio New Voice of Ukraine on August 19th. Ukraine's next fortification defense lines are dangerously close to the towns Selidove and Pokrovsk, he warned. Should the fortifications withstand, these towns will anyway still be within the range of Russian firepower, not to mention the guided bombs. The situation is changing and the Russians are getting closer. Pokrovsk is a very important hub, a defense center. If we lose Pokrovsk, the entire front line will collapse. Well, my friend, you probably should have told Zelensky that, because you see, Zelensky, in his infinite wisdom, along with his NATO masters, they've made the fateful decision to send your best troops all the way up to Kursk. And for what? Well, apparently there were 2 military objectives. One was to capture the Kursk nuclear power plant and then blackmail the Russians with it. And the second was, well, grab as much land as possible so you can possibly trade it for, I don't know, Zaporizhia, Kherson, something. Both of those objectives, as of yet, have failed. And you know, if you couldn't do that whilst you still had the element of surprise, I sincerely doubt you're going to achieve any of them in the future. Now, what is the political reason? Because there was a political reason, my friends. You know, it can't just be all work. There has to be some play. So what's the play? Well, they're trying to embarrass President Putin. That's it. Now, I'll give them this. It didn't look good on the Russian Ministry of Defense, but you know what? As I said it before, this is a mistake that can and will be corrected. Eventually, the Ukrainians will be systematically destroyed in the area, and then things will get back to normal in Kursk. Where things will never ever get back to normal again is here in Pokrovsk. So let's go over to Reuters because they tell us a lot more. The title of this article is Russia says Ukraine has hit 3rd bridge in assault on Kursk region. Now, I don't want to focus on Kursk for the purpose of this video. I want to focus on Pokrovsk and on what Zelensky said. Zelensky has made one of the most stupid statements he could have possibly made, but he did it, you know, because he's Zelensky. He can do anything. And he can do no wrong. Let's not forget. Zelensky said on Sunday his troops were unleashing what he described as maximum counteroffensive actions aimed at creating a buffer zone and hurting Moscow's military potential. That is the most ridiculous thing that he can possibly say. How exactly do you think is a buffer zone in Kursk can even exist? Do you think the Russians will just say, well, now that you're there, I guess you can stay. I guess we'll just call it a buffer zone. There is no buffer zone, okay? Now, if by buffer zone, Zelensky means we're going to send, I don't know, 12, 15,000 of our troops to systematically get destroyed so the people in Ukraine are safe, in that case, I'll say, yes, you have succeeded. It is a buffer zone, okay? Because the guided bombs and all the things that the fella from New Voice of Ukraine, what was his name? Let's see. Oh, yes, Mikhailo Zhirokov was talking about, I guess your troops in Kursk will have to be at the receiving end of those and not the people in Ukraine. So in that sense, yes, you will succeed, my friend Zelensky, in achieving your objective. But let's push on, because now we get to the creme de la creme of stupidity. Everything that inflicts losses on the Russian army, the Russian state, their military-industrial complex, and their economy, all this helps us prevent the widening of the war, Zelensky said. I don't even know where to begin, but I'll try. I mean, that's my brain. Every single time I read one of these statements that is so egregious, my brain just freezes, honestly. But let's try to dissect that. So if everything that if Zelensky would succeed in everything that he says there to hurt the Russian industrial complex and all of those, I'll tell you what happens. He won't prevent the widening of the war. He will get the full force of the Russian army descending upon him. And then if NATO intervenes and Russia is existentially threatened, then some very long things called ICBMs will start flying, and then is lights out, game over. How does that statement make sense in anybody's mind? You know, if I was a journalist and I would interview people, no matter if I like them or not, because that's not how you should, that's not how you're supposed to think as a journalist. You should not be emotionally involved, no matter who you interview. I would at least challenge them whenever something egregious as such gets said, say, okay, please, can you explain for the stupid people, for all of us, okay, explain it to us. How do you think more exactly that this is gonna be the case? And I promise you, nobody, not even Zelensky, could be able to give you a coherent explanation. Nobody. And this is a problem in the West, you see. This is a big problem in the West. That's what we do here. We don't have journalists. We have activists masquerading as journalists. So Biden goes on TV, and Scholz and Macron and von der Leyen, and they all say whatever they say, unchecked, unchallenged, because nobody asks a single damn follow-up question. Now, at the White House, at the press briefings, there is Peter Dorsey who constantly challenged them. But apart from that, nobody, just crickets. Everybody's just lining their pockets, or they don't even need money. They're just happy to have a job, and then they just it's just despicable. It's disgusting. And now let's see what they have to say about Pokrovsk. Ukrainian forces face a tough battle near Pokrovsk, a transport hub for Ukrainian forces. Russian troops are now around 10 kilometers, 6 miles from the outskirts of the city, said Serhiy Dobryak, head of local military administration. He said up to 600 people were living on a daily basis, and that municipal services could be cut off within a week as Russian forces close in. Ukraine's top general said Kiev was also doing everything necessary to defend the eastern city of Toretsk as Moscow tries to threaten Ukrainian supply lines. Russia said its forces had captured the nearby town of Zalizny. One thing I would like to add there, where they're saying that, oh, we are doing everything necessary. No, you're doing everything you can. Everything necessary, you won't be able. There is nothing that will hold the Russians back. Okay, the one thing that you could have done to delay, at least to delay, I don't think you would have been able to stop it, but at least delay it considerably, was to divert those forces, right, from Kursk into here. But then you're left without the PR stunt. You know, you need the PR stunt. If you're Zelensky, you constantly need the PR stunt. But look, even this crazy PR stunt of his hasn't saved him from, from the Germans cutting their support in half from next year. You know, money's money, I guess. No matter how much you like to be in the news and no matter how much you are in the news, eventually reality will trump your little brain. And then let's wrap it up. The war, which has killed tens of thousands and devastated cities across Ukraine, shows no sign of letting up. Kiev expects Moscow to boost its forces in Ukraine by year's end to 800,000, up from around 600,000 now. Ukrainian Deputy Minister Ivan Havrilyuk told Ukrainian media, well, if my math is correct, between 600,000 and 800,000, there's a difference of, drumroll, 200,000. So where are those 200,000 people coming from? Because they keep telling us that Russia has no more men. Kursk is undefended. There's nobody to protect Kursk. The Ukrainian forces will be all the way into the Kremlin. Ukraine has been backed by arms from its allies, but is worried that support may drop as the war grinds on. Well, Ukraine at the minute doesn't have an arms problem. Ukraine has a people problem, okay? It doesn't have enough forces. And the more time goes on and the more of Kiev's forces get destroyed in battle, is going to be less and less and less people. But they don't want to acknowledge this. They will not acknowledge this because the minute they acknowledge this, it's lights out. So they have to keep the narrative going. Like, oh, we just need more weapons. We just need more weapons. You don't have a weapons problem. You have a people problem. A German finance ministry spokesperson said spokesperson. Oh, don't you love the Western language? It can't be a spokeswoman or a spokesman. Oh no, it has to be a spokesperson. We are gentle here in the West. We're like flowers in the spring. A German finance ministry spokesperson later said Berlin was working intensively with its group of 7 partners on a plan to make loans available for military support for Ukraine, funded by the proceeds of frozen, stolen Russian assets. Well, that plan of theirs that they're trying to concoct is nothing more than finding legal ways to make this thievery legal. Obviously, they can't, which is why they're not getting the support of the majority of the countries in the world. But you know what? When did the West need permission to do anything or approval? Approval is a word that they're only used to use, not to receive, okay? That's just the way it works in the West. I said it in my previous video, and I'll say it in my next video, and I'll say it in every video. The West always acts with impunity, and it doesn't take no for an answer. If you dare to say no to the West, you must be prepared. And that's exactly, speaking of being prepared, that's exactly what Vladimir has been doing since 2014. When the West has shown its hand, when they sanctioned Russia because of the annexation of Crimea, which has happened after a referendum, by the way, let me ring the bell. Too bad I don't have a bell. Maybe I should have a bell. I think I should buy a bell. And every single time there's something important, I should ring it. No, I won't, because I think I'll piss you off. But the point is, it was a referendum in Crimea. People in overwhelming majority have voted for that. But you see, the West still doesn't recognize this because you can't recognize that. It was fine to break up Yugoslavia because apparently the people wanted, right? The people in Kosovo, they wanted, so they could have their own country, their land. The Russians, they can't. You see, rule for thee, but not for me, my friends, is
Well, the House Oversight Committee released a report concluding that President Biden, quote, committed impeachable offenses. I did not say that impeachably, unimpeachably. He did it. We know he did it. We've been covering all the things, all of the evidence that's been uncovered by this report as it's been slowly coming out in a drip. But now we have it in one big report, and we're going to show it to you. But here's the thing. Okay. We know he used his influence and made a ton of money. What do we do about it now? Is it worth our time, given that the house is on fire? Is it worth our time? So I want to put this question to you as a thought experiment, because we have to decide. Recall that President Trump was impeached 1 week before he left office. Where did that get us? What did we get for it? I think we can all agree that got us nowhere, nothing. It gave Democrats a talking point, and that's about it. So if Joe Biden did in fact enrich himself, which we know he did, and his family through his political career, should we want an impeachment given that he is old and senile and powerless? Do we want this? There are two valid arguments here. Number one, no one is above the law. He used the American people to make his family rich, made decisions that were not in our best interest, but in his best interest. He sold us down the river. We will never really have justice for that because it's done. He already did it. He has the money. He made those political decisions. So, but if we don't prosecute him, how do we deter other people from doing this in the future? Then again, you can argue it's a humongous waste of time, taxpayer money. He's leaving office. Democrats will never see this evidence. In fact, they will spend their time trying not to see it. It will go nowhere. It will frustrate the heck out of all of us. So should we just leave it? What do you think? Do we take it and run, or do we leave it? What do you think, Clayton?
No, I mean, there's someone in the chat here just on Rumble, CH17 says he's too senile to stand trial, case closed. I mean, look, I don't care if he's too senile. I don't care if he's too old. It doesn't matter. You know, they try to do this with mafia bosses, right? Where they wheel them into courtroom. They're like, he's got Alzheimer's. He can't, he's wearing a robe. He's so old. I don't care, because I think it sets the precedent for future presidents to know that you cannot do these things.
Yeah.
And members of Congress, for crying out loud.
They
that
still
you can't
try
do it.
Nazis in their 90s.
Yeah. Or in Canada, they applaud them. They give them standing ovations in Canada.
Not they.
Right. But they seek these people around the world. They go to Argentina to find Nazis and bring them to account.
Right.
You hold the highest office in the land, or the second highest office in the land as vice president, and you're enriching you and your family off of American tax dollars, and you're lying about it, and this is absolute corruption, and he should be brought to justice for it.
Okay, well, let's take a look at the evidence and then see if you can come down on one side or the other, because the argument is very strong. The country is already too partisan. We don't have time for this. We're funding foreign wars. The economy is crap. Can we even afford to do this? Is it a distraction from the things that need to happen going forward to make the place that we live in better for our children? Will it make it better for our children? So let's take a look. Here is the report. It is based on a year of evidence gathering that started in 2023. The committee has seen checks, loan documents. They've spoken to whistleblowers. It is dense. Again, you should seek it out and look for yourself. Here is specifically what they found. This is a summary. They found that he did use his position to make money. A lot of it since he was vice president. I would suspect that did not start during his vice presidency, but that's as far back as they looked. They say that his family was using his influence to make money, and that it is, quote, inconceivable that President Biden did not understand that he was taking part in an effort to enrich his family by abusing his office of public trust. They say that the Biden family has made sophisticated efforts to conceal all of this by using LLCs, intermediaries, smaller transaction. They also say he concealed evidence. He removed evidence and documents specifically. If we could go to the next one, he removed evidence to his personal residences, and he showed things to his ghostwriter who did not have clearance, and he had the White House lie for him about this. In fact, they claim, and I don't know if this is true, that the president could be impeached based on just the fact that the Biden administration lied for him, whether he knew about it or not. From this slide, they say the House need not show that the president directly ordered his subordinates to obstruct an investigation. In certain circumstances, the president may be impeached for the actions of subordinate officials, and they base this on the Nixon impeachment. So that's interesting. Again, I can't comment on whether or not that's true. I'm not a lawyer, but interesting, right? Because the Biden administration is so chock full of liars and obstructors that we could hold the president accountable for that. They also claim that a lot of this money was marked as loans, but never paid back. Over $8 million in loans, but they couldn't find the receipts for any repayment. So they think that could have been gifts.
Duke Raoul in our chat says ignorance of the law is no excuse. Yeah, you can. I'm just ignorant of this law. I didn't know that I couldn't do this. That's
you can't. The president doesn't know the law.
That's no excuse.
He has a law degree, so yeah, no, I don't think we can say that he couldn't have understood or he didn't know any better.
Right.
Okay, where were we? Bribes. Yeah. Loans. They had loans with no receipts. So they're thinking those were probably not loans. They were marked as loans. Now, recall that President Trump was impeached by only one chamber of Congress for asking Ukrainian President Zelensky for a favor. That favor word, it all hinged on that, right? Which, not ironically, was about this very corruption. In this report, President Trump did not get anything for that favor. He didn't get the investigation that he wanted. He didn't get money. The mere act of asking is what put him in that hot water. President Biden, however, received actual money from foreign actors and enrichment, and so did his family. They peddled what the committee brands as the Biden brand. That's what they called it. They noted that they knew the brand was Joe Biden, and everyone in his inner circle could peddle it, and they could use it, dinners, golf course, over the phone. Hey, a lot of this came from Devin Archer. The Bidens, they say, didn't have a golf course. They didn't have property. They don't have a clothing line or a media business. They just sold their influence as consultants without being lobbyists. And the committee has traced wires from foreign sources to Hunter Biden with Joe Biden's home address and money from the Biden's family transaction with this Chinese conglomerate. We've seen this. We've seen it in Excel spreadsheets. We saw it when Hunter Biden's assistant was asking, like, hey, pay this back here. Joe's going to pay this. We've seen the evidence. We've looked at it over the last 2 years. And indeed, it was very lucrative for them, to the tune of $35 million is what they've seen. Biden family members receiving over $18 million from foreign sources, and their schemes $27 million, totaling 35 is what the committee has seen that they could uncover. So what do they want? Well, here's what the committee recommends is that the Constitution's remedy for a president's flagrant abuse of office is clear: impeachment by the House of Representatives and removal by the Senate. Despite the cheapening of the impeachment power by Democrats in recent years, they say, the House's decision to pursue articles of impeachment must not be made lightly. As such, this report endeavors to present the evidence gathered to date so that all members of the House may assess the extent of President Biden's corruption. So how much of that is still going on, given nobody's going to buy the Biden brand? He has no power anymore. Presumably, right? We don't know who's running the White House. We don't know what that would get anybody to buy into the Biden brand. It seems to me their payday is over. But now that you see at least a summary of this evidence and where to find it for yourself, what do you think? Should we impeach this old senile guy? What do we get for it? Let me know what you think. Where do you come down on this?
What's interesting is I was diving into the Clinton Foundation data over the past couple of days. And what was interesting is you want to know how and why it was so important for Hillary Clinton to try to keep being in the limelight, because her husband, of course, was able to bring in hundreds of thousands of dollars per speech using the Clinton Foundation as basically a large money laundering scheme to launder money into the Clinton world, right? Funnel money into the Clintons and curry favor, get favors in return, and using the Clinton Foundation as a way to funnel all of this money. But then as soon as Hillary lost and she was out of the mix, suddenly all of those Clinton Foundation bookings, they plummeted down to it was about 70%. So the brand of the Clintons is all about corruption. It's all about people being able to buy and curry favor with them by booking Bill Clinton for large speeches. And, we'll pay him $300,000 because we know that money will make its way back and we'll get favorable responses inside the Secretary of State's office.
Sure. I mean, I don't see any harm in, say, Unilever hires one of the Clintons to speak and they want to hear about leadership or whatever. But the problem is that what does that then do to people who are voting on certain business legislations? It's even worse when it's foreigners, clearly. So and who is promising access to whom? There are clear rules about this. Congressional members have to follow certain clear rules.
It's all about access. That's the whole reason that Burisma hires, Hunter Biden for $50,000 a month. It's not because they wanted his business acumen.
Right.
All they wanted to do was curry favor with Joe Biden and get favors. That's it. In this massive money laundering scheme. And that's exactly the case. Thomas Massie, friend of the show, Congressman Thomas Massie, who's one of the bravest members of Congress, he on Twitter today, he's calling for that it should be mandatory that if you have dual citizenship, if you're a member of Congress and you have dual citizenship, that you should renounce the citizenship of the other country if you become a member of Congress. Or he says, at the very least, you have to disclose that, you are a dual citizen of Israel.
And not then vote on issues related to your dual citizenship.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, talk about it.
That's too.
Coffee. Follow me.